can see and hear you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into tonight's chapter, let's go ahead and introduce our players, starting with Angie.
Hey everybody, I'm Angie. Agonethetic on the internet, they, them pronouns. I play Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. And you can find me on the line, doing whatever, and keep an eye out for some stuff in the future. Yeah.
Incredible.
That's it, that's me. Nothing else.
Hello, I'm Lou. I play Dolores. We both use she, her pronouns, and you can find me most places on the internet at Luzelia_art.
Hell yeah, brother. David.
Hey everybody, my name is David. My pronouns are he, him. I play Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter. Also he, him pronouns. You can catch me here as Whistle. And next year, maybe in some other projects. And then you can also catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where I am the GM of a couple, or several, a few. Yeah, three's a few.
Yeah.
A few. Pathfinder 2nd edition campaigns with some familiar faces. So that's me.
Hell yeah, brother. Last but not least, Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media, and you can find me here, of course, but also on Stealthy Elf Productions in the Unearthed Inheritance and the New World Rebellion Pathfinder 2e campaigns.
Hell yeah, brother. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm the Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. And when I'm not here, you can find me over at Stealthy Elf Productions as the voice in the walls Nrim in New World Rebellion, as well as Finn Reese and Heroes of Mysteria Unearthed Inheritance. Guys, before we get in, we have some announcements. Guys, go ahead and check out Lupine Honey. Caroline has an incredible shop with some incredible merch that you should cop immediately. Get it right now. Cop a cab. Get the merch and use code TALESARCHIVE for 10% off of your purchase. And we do have a link for leading you to a thread for how we can support people who have been affected by the series of hurricanes that have hit the southern United States particularly hard. So please go ahead and check that out and see if there are ways that you can help. We still have donation links for charities supporting Sudan, Palestine, Congo, and Haiti open at this time. If you are able to support monetarily, that would be greatly appreciated. If not, uplift oppressed voices, share resources, and educate yourself on the current goings on in the world. And we have a new link today, given what's happened over the last week. This is a compiled resources document for femme-presenting individuals, trans folk, people of color, to find ways to stay safe, to feel safe, and to support themselves in a particularly trying and terrifying political time. Please check that out. It's a incredibly thorough Notion doc that somebody has put together, and I'd highly recommend looking through it. Any other announcements?
Yes.
Please.
This coming weekend on Saturday, you can check out Rolling for Charity. We're raising money for Doctors Without Borders. I will be playing in the Saturday 10 a.m. Die RPG game, and Alec will be playing as well in the evening.
Yeah, I will be running a Blades in the Dark one-shot for Rolling for Charity. It's their 5th year doing this. They're an incredibly well-organized organization that does incredible work for people in need. A lot of us have been lucky to work with them over the last couple of years, so would love for you to support Rolling for Charity. Thank you. All right, we've been gone a couple weeks. You know what that means, guys? Inspiration point, because I said so.
We level up?
Yeah, everybody's level 20
Level
now.
20.
Whoa!
Wow.
You saw it here first.
Saw it here first.
Clip it.
You guys are all level 20 for the next 10 minutes. What havoc can you wreak with the next 10 minutes?
Echinacea, this is all on you.
I know, I've got Wish. I've got so many level 9 spells.
Like, hold on. Let me cook.
And signature spells.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right.
We could do a lot of damage in 10 minutes with a level 20 wizard.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you could.
Alec just saw everything.
Yeah, I went. I didn't have like war flashbacks. I had future psychic damage just dealt to me.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
The divination.
that could be bad. I saw
Foresight.
I did a That's So Raven and went, ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. We played a session this morning. My spoons are also a little low.
Oh.
If somebody wants to help with a recap, we can do that. But I know that I don't want to thrust that on you guys last minute.
Well, we've the Fated reunited with Io, and we also met Dolores, who was introduced as a friend of Io's. Dolores is a fire genasi brawler type individual. Kind of mysterious, kind of cool. Just like, ooh. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. But we were able to kind of learn about how Dolores has befriended Io through the help that Io provides her with, not just taking care of her health after fights, but also like the mechanical enhancements that Dolores has. Declan, there was a little bit of like a tension moment between Declan, Dolores, and Io, and also the Fated, as he is a person who constantly suffers through, I would say, a certain level of anxiety, and removed himself from the party's attention after receiving the letter that Lila gave Whistle to give to him, and he said he was leaving to read it privately.
Read it and process.
Yeah, read it and process. We had discussed getting together to have dinner the next day, potentially at the Crimson Mask, which Echinacea did have a memory returned to them about how it was named differently back when they were in Dreucamish, right? It had a different name, but it was still the similar.
The Sanguine
thing, right?
Mask.
The Sanguine Mask, but a similar place, kind of a WWE sort of fighting pit type thing, which is where Dolores makes her name. Whistle's attention was drawn to Larwith, and so then Echinacea and Whistle split to head to Larwith, and then Zio and Dolores with Io and Asandro split to kind of go just for a stroll.
Yeah, there was some apologizing to higher ups at Larwith for
that's true.
tackling Io, but that quickly evolved into a conversation. The two siblings catching up and Zio managing to see what has shifted as it became clear that Dolores was helping pay for Io's tuition, which Dolores let that be Io's story to tell and did not divulge any information there. Whistle and Echinacea get to Larwith and are immediately accosted by a very interesting Forge Warden who seemed very suspicious of Whistle for having the dagger that Nikolai resides in. But another Forge Warden by the name of Iris said, whoa, Lisan al-Gaib, dude. Hold on, this guy's chill. We can't. So there are some tensions within the Divanthir, but eventually they made their way in, and Whistle was reunited with the body of Nikolai. There was then a conversation with the Maiden of Blades, affirming the path forward, and we ended there. We will pick up as all of you have received sending via Dorlin, actually, who's just, hey, so I'm just going to say this once, everyone's going to get it. It's going to be the same message. Hey, everybody, Dorlin here. How we doing? Like, I'm asked too much.
You said you couldn't cast magic! Echinacea's furious.
It's a stone! I can't! I can't. Without help. But Kayla and I picked up stuff for a nice hearty meal. First meal in Dreucamish. If you guys want to come by the Humble Abode and we can regroup? Question mark. All right, see you soon, baby. Click.
Drop a pin.
Drop a pin. He does tell you, you guys are, the Humble Abode is located within. I remember, David, how I said. Remember how I said I completely forget. Completely forget that the map was drawn on again. I did indeed do that. I did indeed completely forget that the map was drawn on again. So,
A shoe.
oh my god.
I feel more pride than I should.
Honestly, as you should.
Where
as
on
you
the
should.
H are we?
So you guys are actually not too far from Larwith yourselves. You guys are on the S here, which is just like a living district. But the Humble Abode has been placed there temporarily.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm assuming that Dorlin sends a message to the two groups sort of individually, having seen us separate together.
yeah, sure.
Okay, I think Zio will excitedly turn to Io and Dolores both and say, "You should come and see the Humble Abode."
And what is that? I thought you guys just came here. You already own a home?
It's like a moving home.
It's a mobile home.
It is
It's a mobile.
How?
the faded rock with a trailer.
Lazuli, not Lazuli, god damn it.
Oh no!
Dolores! Fuck! Start the tally.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't you. It was, and I even put the red up here to help me like switch it. Dolores looks to Io. What?
She
Do
goes,
you know?
I've heard of it. It sounds utterly enchanting, to be frank.
It is.
Well, all right. Let's go.
And
Yay.
plus, free food never hurt anybody. Huh, Dolores? Sort of like nudges you on the shoulder.
She coughs a little bit. Oh,
And Kaylin is a very good cook, so I suggest it. I'm sure there's great food in the city, but let's go. We'll treat you to food.
all right.
Okay. So Zio, Io, Dolores, and Isandro make their way back to the Humble Abode. Anything from you, Whistle, and Echinacea? As at this point, you guys are fully removed from Larwith. You're making your way forward.
Excuse me.
You're good.
Echinacea just walking flush with Whistle, not saying anything and waiting if he says anything, but they're like shoulder to shoulder with him, and like, you know how like a pug will try and guard dog, like just a really tiny dog. They're doing that.
I think Whistle is still very quiet, and despite everything, still a mixture of like sad and angry. But yeah, when the sending comes in, we'll happily look for an excuse to leave Larwith.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Does Whistle
And-
say anything?
Yeah, I think when we're in Larwith, no, but once we're like past the gates and on the street, maybe a few, like half a block away or something, Whistle will say, "Thank you, Echinacea."
You don't have to thank me. I want to be here for you. And I will always be here for you if you let me.
I don't think I could have made it through today without your support. And Nikolai's.
Echinacea just squeezes his hand tight, and they're still walking shoulder to shoulder, and I think Whistle can feel how tensely they're gripping his hand. Not like painfully, but I think Echinacea's aware that words might not be the most reassuring thing right now. And there might not be words. So they hold his hand tight, and I think they are also like holding, like their hands are both resting on top of Nikolai's pommel.
Yeah. And I think Whistle, being someone who hasn't really had people to confide in, being amongst the Iron Legionnaires, doesn't really know how to doesn't know how to express really what he's feeling. But I think the wordless support is really what he needs right now, as the two of them just kind of make their way down the street towards the humble abode. If this was an RPG, you'd see in the top right, Whistle greatly approves.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, and the two separate groups make their way. You see at this point a city that's in full swing, completely moving as small little trolleys sort of meet at the central joining points and connect cars. So one car meets a central hub and becomes a 4-car trolley and just moves up into the city. There are these railways that sort of push upward over the city itself, and you can see a bunch of automata sort of like maintaining the rail, making sure that every mechanism is locking and unlocking as it is supposed to. You see the Forge Guard, the presence has moved upward, or has increased. As you can see, they're just sort of moving through the city, and just you walk past, each of you separately walk past a group as they just sort of nod and have a great day, I hope. Make sure to tighten up the jackets, it's quite cold.
Can Echinacea, they normally aren't someone who makes perception checks. They know that they're not very, like, they don't have Lazuli's keen eye or even Whistle's or Zio's, but they're guard dogging Whistle right now. So can Echinacea just keep an eye out for anyone looking at Whistle specifically?
Yeah, give me a perception check.
16?
16. You guys garner a lot of attention, given the the looks of you. You're not wearing stereotypical Dreucamishian fashion. You have 4 floating terrariums around you. Whistle has these 2 floating metallic rings with a large glaive strapped to his back, 2 hatchets sort of locked to his hip. A lot of people are looking at Whistle. With a 16, though, none of them seem to be sort of digging inward in a way that might cause the pug to become more hyperactive and
start yipping.
Yeah, just more of the like that. That's no reason to like choke yourself, right? So
all right,
but you're all good. 16, you said. At the tail end of your vision, you do see a Diavanthier guard about 500 feet away, moving in a similar direction to you. One of the wearing similar attire to Iris, so they look to be a Forge Warden, which is the rank that they would go by.
Echinacea will just, with that really tense grip on both Whistle and Nikolai, just sort of steer so that if they were to approach, it would be toward Echinacea first.
Understood. Okay. I will say, given that, give me a stealth check, just to kind of like divert the path enough, unless you have something else that you think is a valid roll.
No, I think that makes sense. At first I was like, they're not being stealthy, but I see what you're saying. What are you? Sorry, this is sometimes hard to read.
You're fine.
14. Plus 6 for 20 you wouldn't take home to mother.
You're able to pretty easily move past, use the crowd to your advantage, per se. Like, think of like an Assassin's Creed game. You weave into the crowd,
exactly that.
Yeah.
and you dip out, and they're. You look back and will maintain that 16. It doesn't even seem like they're looking toward you or looking for anything in particular. So it's unsure to you at this moment if they were looking for Whistle or whatnot. But I'll say at this point, our groups converge. Paranoia. You all see each other moving toward the humble abode.
Rushes over. I hope it's okay. I brought Io and Dolores.
The more the merrier.
Very interested to see this humble abode you have.
Would oh gosh, Io, do you have a dorm?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So for maybe fun, when you enter the humble abode, if you wanted to recreate maybe a room from home, you could do that.
She kind of looks between the group. Noted.
And-
You see, she
And
starts
Dolores,
cooking.
if you felt like if you felt like inventing a room, it'll do that. It's a weird kind of fun experience.
Would you want to see a room like the one from home? Or something
I'm always open to it. I think that could be really fun. I don't know if it's going to necessarily be exactly like home, but it's going to be something that I want to see. That's for fucking sure.
Well,
And then
double
I
abode
get
is
to
one
see-
thing.
Then I get to see everybody else's rooms.
Mm-hmm. What is the... How are Echinacea and Whistle looking, I think, with us reuniting and the two of them coming back from a fairly harrowing experience?
Whistle looks pretty defeated, I'd say. Like, emotionally just defeated.
Is it pretty clear? Or is he trying to do like the strong man thing?
I would say this one's pretty clear. This one was heavy enough that it's pretty clear on him.
I think, yeah. Go ahead.
Zio, I think you can also see Echinacea still hasn't let go of Whistle and Nikolai's hand and pommel. And
Mhm.
they've started chattering for something to do and started like doling out activities as things to distract. And I
Mhm.
think you've known them long enough to know that this is like a means of trying to like uplift in the teeniest way.
Mhm. Absolutely. I think Zio instinctively, as Echinacea starts providing the different details about the humble abode, or maybe even like talking to Io about it, they kind of slowly sidle up to both of your sides, just like curiously, to the point of Zio bracketing the other side of Whistle. And just kind of not as close as Echinacea is, but sort of like that thing that cats sort of do when they're trying to like,
Yeah.
just kind of like something's happening here. I'm not gonna go ahead and make a big deal about it, big stink about it here, but
I think as you sidle up, Whistle will just kind of, with the other hand, just grip and kind of squeeze your shoulder.
Mm.
You know, I think wordless gratitude.
I think they just sort of mouth like, "You're okay," just kind of wordlessly.
Yeah. One step at a time.
Okay. Well, the next step is dinner from Kaelin. So that's a really good thing to look forward to. Where is Kaelin and Dorlin?
Imagine inside.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll get the door and hold it open for everybody.
Are you ready to invent? You too?
Oh wait, yeah. Do they have to open it as part of like the ritual or something?
No, it's just a once a day. The abode can be changed, so this like they would have to do it in tandem, kind of.
Hmm. One step at a time. But yeah. You'll gesture for folks to start filing in.
Okay.
And go ahead and invent.
All right. And I will give this to Io first. You kind of see the... sorry, one second. You see the inside shift a little bit as... Zio, this looks kind of familiar to you, as it is a sort of added element from your guys' home in the Scorched Isle. You see how attached to the kitchen, there is essentially another sub room added, which is a small little coffee making room, which is essentially just a small little spherical space. It takes on the very domed appearance of your home. It's sort of this very beautiful, like strong clay dome where you're all able to make coffee in this sort of central spit. Each of you, it's akin to like, you know, the coffees that you can make in sand that sort of bubble up.
Turkish coffee.
Turkish coffee.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Coffee corner. Which is funny because it's not a corner, it's a round little space. But we call it coffee corner regardless.
Cornerless coffee.
Yeah.
Or are there so many corners? It's all one corner?
Really, really tiny,
Fun.
really tiny corners, and then it makes it look circular. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't
'Cause it
know enough about
feels-
math.
Like you're sitting in a corner when you're sitting in a circle. You know?
You are the corner.
Perhaps.
I see.
Like a turret.
Great.
But yeah, you see a lot of drapery in this room. The entire half circular wall is made up of large interconnected windows. They're kind of like overlapping circles that you can just sort of like slide the window upward and just sort of like peek out. And it's kind of at a really cool slant, so you get really nice wind pickup in there. It's really beautiful.
It reminds me of Mom. Waking up every morning. She's always in there. Making coffee.
In the morning, at night, whenever she needs a break.
Yeah. I wonder what's changed. What about you, Dolores? Did you think of anything? Did you invent anything?
I didn't know I was supposed to, sorry.
I was going to say, I don't think Lou heard you, Button, when Echinacea said that to Dolores. Because Lou,
Gotcha.
Lou was doing this.
No, I 100% thought Dolores was intentionally ignoring Echinacea.
I thought so too.
No, I didn't hear it at all. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
No, it's good.
I love the fact that Echinacea thinks that Dolores does not like them.
I do think she was just like doing the classic, okay, these people know each other. I'm gonna stand in the back with my hands in my pockets, like whistling, just kind of like let you do your thing and didn't catch it.
Echinacea looks at Dolores, hears the like, no, nothing's changed, and is like, kind of like,
But this is
like,
a
I don't know what's.
mighty fine place, so it can change with magic, or all right. Well,
But Echinacea explains it really, really well.
Do I do it again?
No,
It seems rude.
I mean,
Okay.
no, I don't think it's rude. Maybe it's just Dolores having a little case of performance issues and didn't really think about something to come up with. I don't think, maybe next time. You'll get him next time, Dolores.
Echinacea talked about us getting to like build a space. We have to check for a concussion again because I don't think you're there right now.
No. Do you?
most times when I go to someone's house, I don't instantly change it. It's just not what I've done it prior to moving other people's furniture around, and I certainly wouldn't have liked it if you did that to my space. So.
You're not changing anything around. From what I understand and from what I just did, you're adding. It's your own space, and it can be removed tomorrow if they hate it.
We're already in here. Do we have to step back out, or?
No.
Oh, okay. Let's see here.
You like fighting, right?
Sure.
Sure is crazy. It's your
What
job,
about, What about a training room? But think about the perfect training room. It could just be a pit.
Can I take whatever I find in that room?
I don't know if it'll continue existing.
It's a great question. We
Yeah.
haven't tried that out
You're
yet.
right.
You're brilliant, Lou.
We haven't tested that out yet, so you can surely try.
We can
I'm gonna
try.
imagine- I'm gonna
haven't
imagine
tried
a
yet.
Glock.
Ah!
She goes like this. There's just like a little poof, a door to the right. It's solid gold.
Gosh.
She opens the door. It's like a Scrooge McDuck or that's what she's imagining. Alec, you can take it over of how much I can get away with.
It's like Donald Trump's suite.
Yeah.
Golden toilet.
Everything in the room at this point is made completely gilded in gold.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's really bright.
Dolores is like,
You've got interesting taste.
this is
You don't mind
What do you-
if I take a book?
Take
Solid gold
go,
book.
Go for it. Take
All right.
It's your room.
Thank you kindly. She walks out the door.
We broke that comment.
Dolores slams the gold door behind her.
Well, yeah, she's just testing to see if like
You pick it up and you put it on your person.
but
I
I'm
think
trying to
she's
walk out of
removing
there
it from the humble abode.
Oh, you leave the house. It
Yeah.
completely sheds away. It is only manifested to that space. You remove like this solid gold like decoration, and it sort of reverts into this almost like centimeter by centimeter like ivory white cube, and then it just poof.
Like a pixel?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
There's the
It's like
door
the
of the
Minecraft
humble
pixels.
abode is open, so you just see her back. There's like a heartbeat pause. She turns around and just is like, "That was a try." Cheers.
To be honest, we were curious what would happen too.
Yeah. None of us have ever tried it, actually.
All this time, and none of us have tried that.
No.
Really? What's one of these things run you anyway?
I don't know.
All right.
Long story.
Alec,
This was I
Yeah.
apologize for imprisoning you, present.
At that point, you see Casimir open the door with Anaris behind him. Oh, Hello. That smells delicious, Kanan. Very well done, lad. Anaris and I are going to go to my room. Not like that. Not like that.
Oh.
Anaris is just standing there.
Okay. It was just... That seems a little mysterious. That's suspicious. That's...
Who is that? Points directly at Dolores. Am I
Who?
correct in assuming that she tried to leave the abode with something?
And how did
It
you
was...
know that?
I was walking up, and I saw you look sorely disappointed when something disappeared.
Merely a test, sir.
Well, make sure
And who are you?
You are in a home I share with this party. You, Casimir.
All right, pleasure to meet you. My name's Dolores. She
Charmed.
extends a hand.
He just charmed. Okay, well,
She's a guest, Kaz.
do not call me that ever again.
Kaz.
Never again. That
Why?
word shall be stricken from your lips. Never call me
Got
Kaz again.
Casimir.
Casimir, just the whole name is good for me. Thank you very much.
You don't like nicknames, Casimir?
No, I do not.
Okay. I call it Ganesha Nay sometimes, but I guess they're okay with that.
I like it.
There's the core difference. They like the nickname. I do not like the nickname. Well,
Well, have fun, you two. Not being naughty.
Anaris looks to you, Whistle.
Yeah.
We retrieved most of it. Some of it's missing.
Oh no.
Approximately missing 4 spell books. And a few powerful items. Robe of the Archmagi. Wand of the War Mage. Things of that nature. They're gone.
Man. Wish. Damn, what a cache. Whistle's gonna
But we did get some.
kind of, yeah, Whistle's gonna look back and just say, hey, I am gonna take a break on the voice.
Yeah, please. Please.
Yeah, well, also this is gonna happen like, I think through a combination of the telepathy
You
and
guys are
the
speaking
Aeoshan sign language.
telepathically. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Any sign of who might have taken it?
The earth that I saw was completely... It looked natural. Like it had not been messed with until Casimir and I got there. So, whoever did it covered their tracks very well. Casimir was able to detect abjuration magic as well as transmutation magic.
As like reminiscent signs of who went by or who might have done it?
Like signs of who...
Of like tampering?
Yes.
Okay. Whistle's gonna say, well, debrief with Casimir, and maybe once our guests leave, let us know. Like, we'll do a full report.
Can they be trusted? Looks between Io and Dolores.
That's why we're gonna wait till they leave.
Fair enough.
But we'll see.
We can go over the cache tonight.
Yeah.
Anaris then drops a fresh bouquet of flowers on the central dining table and retreats upstairs.
Oh goodness. Echinacea goes and gets a vase.
Yeah. Okay. Kaelin comes out with a full spread, and you guys eat at the humble abode. He and Dorlin just kind of yap a little bit about their journey going grocery shopping, learning more about each other. Dorlin goes on this little escapade of like, oh my god, he's really cool. Did you guys know that? He told me about some things you guys have done, and you guys are pretty fucking rad. Excuse my language. That's incredible. A paladin and a cleric. I didn't know those could overlap. They seem like two very different skill sets. But from what I understand, they work very well in tandem.
Oh goodness, Dorlin, he's taken me to see the stars.
Like space? He's like,
Yes.
There's a spit take happening like in the background with Dolores.
Dorlin's like, what, space? Were they safe? Caitlin's
Yes.
like, absolutely. I would never have taken them to the stars if they weren't going to be safe. All right, cool. Awesome. Then I'm really happy about that. That's awesome. I would like to go. There's like a very quick declaration of like, I would like to see the stars. But yeah, it seems very clear that these two have gotten very, continuing to grow very, very close with one another. Anything else you guys want to cover with this sort of family dinner plus Dolores?
I think Echinacea is going to sort of geek out with Io for a little while and try to learn as much as possible about the manner in which she heals. And I think part of that is going to be taking out Shali's bottles for throwing potions and sort of like sidling up with her. Okay, so these make it so that someone doesn't have to drink a potion. You can just throw it at them, which is a little crazy. But we were walking past a theater when we first got to Dreucamish, and I remember seeing this play where a lady smashed a bottle over a man's head, but it wasn't a real bottle. It was made out of sugar and other biodegradable substances, and I was thinking maybe I could hire you to create maybe more biodegradable bottles like this, just for if you wanted to earn a little extra money, if you have the time and resources.
Well, what I can do, I can head to the Larwith Botanical Gardens, just huge. She starts describing these huge self-sustaining gardens within Dreucamish that, to all of you, minus Dolores, sound very similar to the self-sustaining habitats that you guys read about within the Divanthier tome that Whistle has. Just on a much smaller scale. Like, these were almost city-wide. This is isolated to a wing of a building. So I should be able to get resources pretty quick. I could have sugar cane grow, and I can absolutely do that. But and she talks about how her healing, most people tackle healing from the outside in. She tackles her healing from the inside out, using her metallurgy to focus on the iron in individuals' blood to sort of enrich the body and sort of foster a quicker healing process.
1, I would like to go to the gardens with you. 2, would you consider yourself a hexer?
No, I don't. Well,
okay.
She goes, technically, it is hemomancy, but I think being a hexer, you need to be specifically ingrained in their doctrine and training regimens, which I am not.
Thank you. That was an ignorant question. I apologize.
It's not at all. No questions are ignorant. We all need to learn and grow.
So you're a hemomancer.
Yes.
Amazing.
And she asks
healer
about
hemomancer.
A healer hemomancer. And she asks in return about your healing and like is very curious about the divine processes of healing that's foreign to her.
And Echinacea dives into the fact that their healing isn't divine, and they geek out over phoenixes, I think, for a bit. I think throughout the course of this meal, Echinacea has spewed all of their Ios-Eos theory to Io.
She completely concurs and thinks that theory is correct. Okay. David, Angie, Lou.
Whistle is sad drinking in the corner.
Understood. Bars.
See.
I think if Dolores would have needed to be a visual aid for Io and Echinacea's conversation about how Io has healed her.
Yeah, she's
Like,
shown
it's
me
just like-
that. So I patched that one up by taking Dolores's blood and using it to suture the wound.
Oh my goodness, Dolores, did it hurt?
She just smiles.
Just smiling. Do you have any existing wounds on your person that you would like healed?
All patched up at the moment, but see me later.
I was gonna say
Okay.
that's not gonna be the case tonight. Okay, so Dolores has been a visual aid. Angie?
Mm-hmm.
I think Zio. I'm assuming that we're kind of coming down from like dinner, or we're just doing like the the hanging out.
I'd say it's like this is
Um,
more like like a mid-afternoon
Yeah.
luncheon type thing. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Mid-afternoon lunch. I think Zio will have been sitting with Asandro, and at one point notices that Whistle is sitting on by himself. He'll stand up and squeeze Asandro's shoulder gently and press a kiss to the side of his forehead before walking over to Whistle.
When you,
Do you-
sorry, yeah, when you find him, he's just like staring at like a glass in his hand, just probably maybe like whiskey or something for lunch, but he's just staring at the glass.
Oh, Bubsy.
Do you want some company, or would you rather have time for yourself?
No, it's fine. We saw him today. He kind of like gestures with his chin towards Nikolai.
Who kind of stands up straight on the table. And David, you are muted in the captions, by the way.
Am I?
Yep.
Dang this thing.
I don't know what happened. You weren't before.
So I accidentally kicked the mic cord, so I think it like
That'll
disconnected
do it.
and
That'll do it.
here we go.
Hi, Nikolai.
Hello, Zio. Your sister is very lovely.
She is, isn't she? I'm so happy everyone's meeting her.
It's just been a hard day for Whistle and myself.
I know hard days for sure.
I know that. But Whistle, you kind of feel this warmth resonate in your hand as the ruby shines a bit brighter.
Mm-hmm.
Hard days are not forever. And at least as of right now, we are still together. So it could have been much worse.
And Zio, as Nikolai's talking, I think Zio kind of slides down to sit on the ground beside Whistle in a very similar way that they have done before, where Zio kind of leans against his knee down, like against the where he's sitting. He's like essentially leaning against his knee, and kind of showing a little bit of that comfort, similar way, like sort of tipping their head against Whistle's knee, and then just whatever happened. Glad that you guys are both back. And Lila's, not Lyra, Lila's ring must have helped, I'm assuming.
Turns out things are complicated regarding my status and standing with Lawith.
Do we have to be careful?
Unfortunately, we always have to be careful. But I'm glad you're here. And in a similar fashion, kind of squeeze your shoulder as he did last time.
Yeah. Okay.
And just as well, while he's sitting there with Zio, I think if Zio's hanging out with him, he's probably not gonna drink too much. Actually, he's just gonna kind of hang out with Zio.
Yeah.
But I would like to see if he clocks Dolores's discussion with Echinacea and Io about Dolores's work.
Yeah, give me, what's your passive perception?
Passive perception, probably not very good, but let's see. 12.
Go ahead and roll for me.
Okay.
You have Nikolai as well, so I'd say, don't you get advantage for that via Soulforge button? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Nikolai can train, yeah.
Yeah, he gives trained in a skill.
Okay.
Today he's on Insight.
Oh, that's right.
So perception is a 15.
15. Correct me if I'm wrong. Echinacea Dolores, I don't think that conversation was happening like privately or in a hushed way.
Not at all.
Yeah, is a performer and
Okay, so you're like, yeah.
She's like, I'll flex. Look at this. Look at my sword. Like, it would be hard. You'd have to roll to ignore, I think.
Okay, so David,
Can I say what you hear? You whistle. You, as you're like in this moment with Zio, just sort of like not exactly like listening in, but you hear Echinacea go, "Kaylin, compare muscles. Should you become a fighter?"
Okay, hold on. You see, Kaylin, who has become more and more comfortable with himself and his physical form, sort of drops the tunic he's wearing, and given the belt he's wearing, dude's strength is a 26 right now.
What is Io? Wait, what is Io
He's got
doing?
the sleeper build. I say, let me describe the physicality first. He's definitely the Dorito build, right? So the shoulders and the traps are insane. The pecs,
my beloved purple
very
Dorito.
well defined. Biceps, like everything is tuned in really nicely without being like too much, like very like not natural. Io is like, oh.
I know, right?
Wow. But yeah, Dolores, for you see a hefty amount of scarring across. This is somebody who probably isn't quite up to your level without magical enhancements, but is an impressive specimen.
Zio dog whistles.
Adol goes, ow!
Dolores nods in approval. All right. How about an arm wrestle? I'll show you mine if you show me yours. And since you showed me yours. And she like drops her duster and lifts her shirt. She's got like a classic binding, like a bandages kind of bra, you know, just very compact, but very lean, like still an hourglass build, but just like solid muscle. Her skin looks kind of like ashen, like the light ash of lava. But as she kind of moves, it's contoured and like the cracks of her scars, you can kind of see like her molten core through it. And she sits down at the table, like, and you can hear she is heavier than what she appears.
Yeah,
like
there's a heavy,
way heavier than a human. Yeah.
Kaylin kind of looks around the room, beginning to flush a little more, now getting a bit embarrassed, and is like, "Yeah, no, we can definitely arm wrestle. Okay, yeah." He sits, sort of puts his dominant arm down. I would like this to be a contested strength check. Actually, we'll make it contested athletics.
Okay.
Okay, so
what is contested a different?
So you roll, I roll. Whoever rolls highest wins.
Yep. All right, athletics. 16.
16. So for round 1, you and Kaylin are locked in pretty evenly. So he goes, "Are you holding back? You shouldn't be holding back. I can take it."
I'm not holding back.
Best 2 out of 3. Roll again.
All right. So he won that one.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
No,
All
it
right.
was a tie. The first one. Nobody won.
Oh.
It was
wow.
it was a standstill.
All right. She grits her teeth, and it's an 18 now.
21.
Hmm?
Damn.
So yeah, but
Wait,
it's
21?
21. Yeah, it's a
Oh.
fight. So it's one of those where you begin to push Kaylin over to the edge, and he just sort of musters as much as he can and just and pushes you over the edge and slams your back of your hand down to the table. And then Io goes, "I know what'll help." She slaps 25 gold on the table. "Come on, Dolores!" And your next roll is at advantage.
Yeah, she lets out steam, locks in, grips the. All right.
Go
What is
one
it
more
gonna
time.
be? Okay, and this is an advantage.
Advantage, yeah. She's motivated
That's a
by
29.
That is a
Oh,
17.
girl!
So describe how you just rock Kaylin's shit.
It's almost as if I say with the how much money
20
was put on
gold.
the table? Okay, I don't think she rages, but
It would be fucking insane if you did.
yeah, it's up for 20 gold. Yeah, there's just but you can almost see the reflection of the gold in her eyes as it's put on the table. Her hand clenches, and there's definitely, as her nails kind of hit the table, there is now like scorch marks kind of implanting. And she then, as soon as that contact is made, she grabs the money, like throws it up in the air, like this little like trick, like catches it with her fingers, and
you completely throw Kaylin off guard as his chair kind of tips a little bit and he goes, "Whoa!" slams his foot down to correct himself, and he said, "Very impressive. Very impressive." And he's like, "I'm going to go do dishes." He pulls his shirt up.
Oh, I'll come help.
Okay, thank you, my love.
sorry about your table.
You see as the table repairs itself.
Good table.
Okay.
It used to be a goat. An Echinacea goes to help Kaylin.
Okay.
The sound it makes as it repairs itself. It bass like a goat.
Ow! Goat table was probably the most horrific thing I've ever done in this campaign.
You made it sentient.
Free me! All right. Anything else here?
Does Dolores notice any vibes from the corner from Whistle, or just it is just has an audience?
I think Whistle's closely paying attention. I don't think Whistle's really the kind of person to hide if he's observing somebody, and he doesn't have any sort of like nefarious intention. So, as you finish trouncing Kaylin at arm wrestling, you look around the room. Whistle nods and does like a cheers.
You want to give it a go?
No, more brain than brawn, unfortunately.
All right. Well, off the stands. And she's like shrugging back on her coat, like, okay.
Okay. And we have 2 different messages here.
Mm-hmm.
As Whistle, you feel almost this pressure in your mind as you just hear, "Whistle, correct? Am I speaking to the right individual? This is Vincent Morosov."
Whistle will respond. He's not really sure whether or not he trusts Morosov, so he's going to be kind of curt with him. He
Yeah.
just responds with, "Yes, this is Whistle."
Are you free to speak? From my understanding, looks like we have a lot to discuss.
When and where?
Where are you now? Me and mine can come to you. It's like, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I'll come to you. Drop the pin.
Okay, you're dropped to
Of
level
the
5,
Addy.
you stupid fuck. He drop the what?
It's a saying. All the kids use it.
Meet us at the Erlin Theater District. There's a wallflower there. Say
See you there.
about 30 minutes.
Real soon. Okay.
Come along.
I don't think Whistle responds.
Fair enough. Okay,
Leave him on red.
leave him on red. And then,
Whistle will get, sorry.
no, you please finish your thought.
Whistle, I'm just going to say Whistle's going to tell the party, but I don't want to mess up the timeline if
You're
the next
No,
message comes in.
You're
Oh,
good. Go ahead.
Okay. As the message comes in, Whistle is kind of observing, still kind of watching Dolores as a fighter, taking kind of like a mental assessment, just thinking, okay, this is how I would probably fight Dolores if I had to fight Dolores. And as the message comes in, he gets very serious. Zio, if you're still nearby, he's going to kind of rest the hand on your shoulder, just kind of letting you know something's up without like trying to cause any sort of scene.
You got rigid all of a sudden.
Yeah. And when the message is done, the sending is done, Whistle will tell Zio.
Morosov is looking to speak.
That's the Larwith guy, right?
Yes. The headmaster. Must be to the wallflower in half an hour.
Half an hour.
Yeah. And also I'll tell Nikolai as well.
Nikolai heard everything already.
Yeah, Nikolai
he's
heard,
just
yeah.
like, he is relaying this information to Echinacea and Aedwolf right now. Echinacea,
Perfect.
Yeah.
you in the Mind Palace get a knock on the door as you see Nikolai.
Yes. Oh, hello, Nikolai.
Hello. And he relays the information. Morosov wants to meet Whistle in a half an hour at the Wallflower. You motherfucker. He wants him to come alone, which I do not trust.
Or what?
I didn't say
Why?
what. Whistle did not respond. Which,
Fuck him.
my thoughts exactly.
Ganesia's just like, I'm
It's on site!
Well, fuck that. Unless Whistle wants to go alone. But Echinacea will put the last dish on the drying rack, peek their head around the corner. And
Yeah.
I think, Whistle, you realize that news has been relayed by their very
Yeah.
focused stare.
Zio's
Yeah.
standing right there, but with Whistle like arms on their hips, just sort of like their tail flicking back and forth, just kind of like.
No mating.
What? What are you saying?
I don't know, the context is very different, but you're quoting the
It's because Angie keeps going,
Oh, making noise. Yes.
So silly.
Whistle's gonna look to the two of them, Zio and Echinacea, and say,
I don't intend to go alone.
Fair enough.
Victor Morosov doesn't dictate what actions I take.
and then he's gonna kind of smile to himself and think,
Yeah, I think we need more of a wild card once in a while. Dolores,
Oh no.
are you busy this afternoon?
What?
Which is funny because the next sending is for Dolores. Hey, Lo, we gotta talk. You busy?
Mildly.
Okay, I'll make it
What do
quick
you
then.
mean?
Are you fighting tonight? You're fighting tonight, right?
Who is this? The
Indeed.
girlfriend?
No.
Oh,
This is Milo, the owner of the Crimson Mask.
sorry.
Mhm.
Okay.
Of course I'm fighting.
I got you locked down for normal exhibition. We're probably gonna have to push it to the death. You're I got 8 boxes of your shit here. Looks like you don't have a loft anymore.
What the fuck do you mean?
I mean, I got like 5 crates of your shit sitting behind my bar. And your building manager said you can't step foot in there anymore. You're 6 months behind on rent. They're not taking you anymore.
Oh my god.
You need money and you need it quick. You want to do that? You know how to get it. You should come talk to me when you have a minute.
She just hangs up.
Flash
Bye.
Flash cut to the Crimson Mask. They always hang up on me. I'm doing everything I can to fucking help a motherfucker, and I'm getting hung up on. This is throws the sending stone. You hear, did you throw that? No, honey, I did not throw it. I did not throw it, I promise. Scuttles, picks it up, puts it in the motherfucker. And that's where we're going to take our first break.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is that?
We're going to take... Luke's like, oh, I made a character who's dependent on money.
Oh no.
He's like, no, the economy.
No,
David-
not
David-
the economy.
Not
Literally,
not
the
tariffs.
villain. The villain of this
That's
arc
crazy.
is the economy.
Yeah. And then David's like, this Vincent Morosov asshole wants me to meet him alone. Not gonna happen.
No,
All right,
bro.
everybody.
For why?
For what? We are going to see you guys in about 10 minutes. Thank you for being here, and we will chat soon. Bye!
One fateful day, the fairy Lazuli fell through a rift between the Feywild and the material plane of Eosha. The amnesiac child was adopted by the reclusive silver dragon Ishror, eventually being gifted a dragon mark and becoming his scout. Over the course of a decade, Lazuli's prowess on scouting missions has helped Ishror grow his hoard of magical items and historical relics. Lazuli's life would change forever during one such scouting mission when she found herself facing 5 opponents to obtain a primordial current orb. Another, Zio, won the race, consuming the orb just before the Mage's Arcana members arrived to take the assembled orb seekers into custody. However, they never reached the Arcanum. Rescued from custody by Sir and Echinacea, the group now known as the Fated took shape. Charged by Ishror with the investigation of the Preservium, a corrupt guild trafficking in items of power, Lazuli traveled into Driften with the Fated. There, Lazuli encountered the River King Uramil, Fey King of the Summer Court. Uramil revealed knowledge of Lazuli's parents, Lapis and Aura Isledale, as well as Lazuli's miraculous conception via Feywild Wellspring. During this time, Lazuli found herself smitten with Sir's distant relation, Captain Richter Oliphant, a valiant hero who saved those unlawfully imprisoned by the Arcanum. It would only be later revealed that Lazuli's father, Lapis, was among those saved by Richter from the Arcanum's clutches. Finding her insecurities preyed upon by the death hag Viola during this time, Lazuli was convinced to make a pact. Lazuli would be given powers provided she continued to develop her bargain. Otherwise, she would suffer the notice of the Evil Eye. Only now is Lazuli realizing that this refers to the evil god of the unallied pantheon, Ruinzai. Things came to a head at the Preservium's Gala of Innovation. Lazuli learned that the Preservium leader, Gale Umbridge, was formerly Ishwar's scout, and that the dragon mark gifted to Lazuli by Ishwar was originally meant for Gale. Worse, Ishwar founded the Preservium. Lazuli also met Nivian's former employer, Dr. Satosh of the Sunwall Academy, who gifted her a vial of the Death Hag Viola's ichor. Much came to pass at the gala. Lazuli and Richter shared their first kiss. Lazuli adopted Echinacea as her sibling, and perhaps most notably, Lazuli caught her first glimpse of her father during the exhibition. The next day, Lazuli reunited with Lapis, who now travels with the Fated. On the path to reuniting with her mother, Aura, Lazuli found herself in the midst of a combat that felt too great to surmount. In that moment, she made a choice to deepen her pact with the Death Hag Viola. Drinking the ichor gifted to her by Dr. Satosh, Lazuli became a warlock. The deepening of this pact revealed a terrible truth. The Death Hag who holds her pact is none other than Elizabeth Whitmore, beloved of Sir, and twin of the Fated's ally, Lucian Whitmore. Through the trials of reuniting with her mother, navigating the pains of joining two families into one, learning that Ishwar faces a draconic tribunal for crimes against 5 dragon eggs, resurrecting Echinacea and Whistle, transforming into a witch of the Ith, Lazuli has refused to kill, knowing that death will feed her pact keeper, Elizabeth. We find Lazuli delving into the Saiva home catacombs. There, she meets Inara, the Ruin's Eye devotee who took Lazuli's family from her. Defying Inara's attempts at corrupting her, Lazuli resisted taking a sliver of divinity for her own and left Inara alive. Lazuli herself was not so lucky, dying by Lord Tarvish's hand during combat with Whistle's former captain, Isrudon. In death, she was confronted by Elizabeth's rage at not being fed. Now, after being brought back by Echinacea, Lazuli finds herself feeling above the state of death. Elizabeth awaits on the horizon, a threat to outwit. A fairy's work is never done.
Born in the Scorched Isles, Zio Marino grew up in the comfort of a loving family, only tangentially understanding the meaning of conflict. As with most young folks of the Scorched Isles, when they came of age, they traveled to the mainland of Tolesh, seeking purpose and knowledge to return to the Isles with. It was there that Zio joined forces with the Bright Fury Guild. Not long after, a mysterious voice spoke to Zio, and believing this to be his purpose, a pact was struck with the entity Isterus. Isterus sought a primordial orb, a rare object tied to the primordial current, a source of power which harnesses the sea of raw materials swirling in the plane of the elemental chaos. Zio found the orb first, beating several others, including Lazuli and Nivian, in their own pursuits of the artifact. Finding the first orb was only the beginning, tying his path to the companions they now call family, the Fated. In their travels, they have come to learn more of Isterus, a Famar Earth primordial, as well as the Union of the Tranquil. As creators of the primordial current, a centuries-long battle wages against the factions of the natural order: earth, wind, fire, and water. Isterus's dark influence and manipulations were revealed to Zio through the wisdom of Halitis, the Vacron Air primordial member of the Tranquil. Seeking out more primordial current orbs, Zio found themselves contending against Wit and Alma, the avatars of Coletra and Glacia respectively, the Union of the Tranquil's fire and water contingents. These chosen warriors who seek to destroy the primordial current believe that no one should harness its power. Halitis believes the current should not be destroyed, but rather shared with the world. Zio aims to understand the primordial current. It is during these times that Zio learns Isterus's goal of vengeance against Sunwall, wanting the current for himself. Zeo severed his warlock pact with Isterus, unwilling to follow the morals of an entity that seeks retribution and destruction. After the severing of this pact, Zeo, in their weakened state, fell victim to necrotic energies that, without the strength provided by Isterus, killed them outright. Thankfully, Zeo was revived by the party's healer Echinacea. Despite this setback, Zeo has managed to obtain 2 more primordial current orbs from under the noses of Wit and Alma. Following Zeo's death and resurrection, Helidas awakens Zeo's primordial soul powers, revealing them to be a descendant of Vacron heritage and a sorcerer by birthright. After learning that his body could only absorb a set number of orbs before absorbing him into the primordial current, Zeo grapple with their desire to continue collecting this power. In order to convince Coletra and Glacia not to destroy the current, they initially believed they would need every boon they could get. However, over the course of a conversation with Ishror, a silver dragon and Lazuli's adoptive father, Zeo found themselves rejecting their impulse to consume any more primordial current orbs. Upon meeting the spirit caller Isandro, Zeo found himself drawn to the practice of communing with the Amine spirits of Ayosha, and drawn to the practitioner himself. Throughout their travels, Zeo has begun to train as a spirit caller in their own right, navigating an uneasy alliance with Wit, a deepening of animosity with Alma, and a newfound connection to the natural world. Zeo travels the corners of Tolesh with his fated companions, seeking an understanding of the current, its place in the balance, and any thread that will allow him to heal the pain the primordial current has caused.
they can see and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Last we checked in, 2 of our players received some pretty fucky sendings. So, Vincent Morosov wants to meet with Whistle very soon and alone, which obviously isn't going to happen. So I say we kind of, how do you guys tackle that?
Whistle had just invited Dolores when Dolores got her message.
So Dolores, you got your sending, and Whistle has just asked if you want to join them along to speak to an individual.
Eve, as Whistle is asking this.
Huh?
Is this just like a casual...
Oh,
talk to this person, or can I tell that you're asking for help?
He had said,
What are you up to this afternoon?
Figuring out some shit, apparently. What do you need?
Well, it seems we have a meeting with someone who's, rather powerful. And given as this is a meeting I've waited a long time to have, I'd like to have it. But I'd like to not be at a disadvantage. I was wondering if you'd want to attend. Things may get interesting.
I'm afraid I'm at a place where my time is valuable.
How valuable?
How much are you willing to pay for my assistance?
Unfortunately, I'm broke, so this has been nice. I will get going.
I'm joking.
Unfortunately, I'm broke.
That is a fact.
Is it all of you?
Your demeanor just changed. Is there a reason for that?
But I'm getting evicted, and the fight for this evening has now been made a bit of a death match. In order for me to cover my,
What? What? Why? What?
It's a more valuable fight.
Wait. Literally to the death?
Indeed.
But I don't like that. Wait, what?
That is new to you, Echinacea. There's no word of any sort of death fights happening when you, Thandoril, and Lorien had gone. This is recent.
Do I know if, revivification is allowed?
For these specific matches, they are not. If something were to happen, unless it was previously dictated by both parties, which in this instance, your fight was just changed. So it's to the death. Milo knows that you're not going to have the money you need without it. And that kind of leans itself to why a lot of people do these fights. It's high risk, higher reward. So a lot of people who are desperate in need of quick money, a lot of money, real fast, they'll put themselves on the line. Some people, kind of similar to yourself, Sophia has actually done 3 or 4 death fights and has done quite well for herself. She does it to ensure that her skill set is tight, that her techniques are clean, and that she still has it, that edge, that tinge, that desire to keep going. Some people, kind of like you're finding yourself in right now, don't really have a better option to get money that fast.
Not knowing that it's illegal, Echinacea will say, or not allowed in the fight, Echinacea will say, I can revivify people. I can, if you want, if you wanted someone there who could bring you back, I would be more than, I don't want to say more than happy to attend, because this sounds awful, but I would attend.
Afraid that's not the point. Or the rules. However, an audience does help. More bets.
Quick question. Did you choose for this, or it was just done upon you?
And this is a great thing to clarify above table. Dolores, have you ever participated in a death match before this?
I feel like she has once.
Okay, and obviously you have been the victor.
Right.
Okay.
Last one I participated in, I opted in myself. I haven't done this since.
Got it. Let me rephrase my question. Did you opt in this time for it to happen?
Right, not.
So then why are they making you do it?
I'm in a bit of debt. And I believe this is what they see as my only option.
How much is the debt?
Your debt right now is about 200,000 gold pieces.
Fuck.
Between the 6 months late on rent, between what you owe the Crimson Mask, between what you've borrowed from other fighters and promoters, you are looking at an exorbitant price tag.
Guys, we got to fight the economy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Point me in the direction of the economy.
2 zeros.
5
after it.
zeros?
Yep.
2 5.
Yep. And you and
The
Dolores, you know for a fact that Milo won't make you do the fight.
Okay.
It's just an easy way to make at least.
How much can I make tonight?
Yeah. How much?
So that depends. If you want to go in clean, no magic, you can make 100,000. If you want to go in with magic and capabilities, you can make 80,000. If you want to add revivification as a stipulation, in the case of death, it's 50,000. So it changes based on what you're willing to, like, if the stakes are higher, if it's just you throwing hands to the death, you're going to make the most amount of money. If it's you plus your sort of magical and you mechanical capabilities, if it's say like you versus Whistle and both of you use your full kits, right? You're going to make a decent amount of change, and that the stakes go down with a revivification, so the money goes down, but at least it's something.
Whistle has an idea.
Are these single combat?
What?
Most oftentimes they are single combat. Echinacea's head's about to fucking explode. I'm just thinking, you help us, I'd be willing to help you.
Ooh, that's crazy. Nikolai's like, the fuck you will not.
In the Mind Palace, Whistle's going to say to Nikolai,
I don't know. Beating up on something could be fun. But I wouldn't kill him. Don't worry about that.
Yes, but they will try to kill you. She specifically will try to kill you.
Well, I'm
Whistle's not gonna just let Dolores respond as they're going back and forth in the Mind Palace.
Usually it's one-on-one for the drama. And to focus all of the tension on the fighters. I plan to put on the biggest show I can. With the highest of stakes. I have to talk to... You said Milo, but I wrote down Marco.
I might be wrong then. It's probably Marco.
Okay. Yeah.
You wrote that down.
Milo's cool too. I like the idea we just never say each other's names right.
His name
I think
is
there was-
Marco Milo,
Yeah.
actually.
Marco Milo.
It's Milo Markovich, and so you interchange
There you go.
between Milo and Marco.
Milo needs me to come by the Crimson Mask. And I hung up on him on Ascendant. Whatever the equivalent of hung up. Whatever.
I left him on red.
Maybe we can discuss terms and raising of and changing of stakes then.
Okay.
What?
Io very visibly does not look pleased.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to a fight, it has to be one where we can bring you back. Where I can bring you back. I'm not going to leave you on the ground to die. I'm not.
Another idea. How hard is it to become a contestant in one of these things?
I don't like that.
No, hear me out. What if Dolores' opponent? What if the bout is to the death? But Dolores' opponent chooses not to be lethal.
Then I would have to kill you.
Or you could also choose not to be lethal.
But then I don't get my money.
Well, what if it's still a good show, though? What if it doesn't need death to be a good show?
That's a real nice sentiment, Whistle. But that still, it does not meet the bottom line that makes my payout.
So I have another question to ask. So, to the death with no revivification, because I'm assuming they would be providing the revivification and that costs money to them.
Yep.
What if it's someone that is not tied to the...
Yeah, it'll just cost me money. That's fine. Listen, I've spent over 1,000 gold revivifying these folks, and it's fine. I can do that, and I don't need you to pay.
It's more the fact that the person who's dying is not going to be incurring more debt by existing. So
That's
it's kind
insane.
of like a cutting of losses.
That's insane. Correct. It seems that for the moment, we are split on a decision when it comes to Dolores. With that, meeting with Vincent Morosov is pressing.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys want to proceed?
What does this meeting entail?
He was a bit vague on the details. The locations and the time. That's what I was given. The wallflower in about
20 minutes?
At this
Wallflower
point,
is
yeah, probably
popular.
about 15, 20 minutes.
Wallflower is a popular name through continents then. It's the name of a bakery back home. And now it's a what? What is it? They just said it's a
franchise.
It's a franchise.
franchise.
Yeah.
It's a franchise. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Got it. I love it.
I won't stop till there's a wallflower on every street corner.
Well, he said from what you said that he wanted you to meet him alone. Well, I say we go. We don't hide the fact that we're with you. I think one of the most important things is that you're not keeping secrets in regards to most of all of this.
Where is
Agreed.
the wallflower?
Mm.
Wait,
Oh, they said
It's above
the,
They said
in the
I think I would
Theater
know.
district.
yeah, the
Yeah, the
theater
theater
district.
district.
Mhm.
Is that by the
11.
Can you mark the Crimson Mask for me on the
Yep, 1 second.
thanks.
So the Crimson Mask is... There's so much shit here.
It's a beautiful map, Alec. Thank you so much.
So the Crimson Mask is right here.
Oh, same district.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the
same
theater
district,
district. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, it's on the way. Let's walk and talk.
Echinacea will cast telepathic bond on everyone who's going.
Okay. So there's telepathic bond.
Unless there are more than 8 people.
I don't think there are. I think it's just Party, okay. Dolores, Io, and then... Yeah, I think it's just that.
Zio's like...
Galen want to come with?
I understand
or Sandra?
why you... You know what? I'm not going to stop you from coming. I'm not going to do that. You can take care of yourself. I know you can. Shit might get spicy. If shit gets spicy, please. If you have to find safety, please do. Prioritize that. I know you're coming because Dolores is your friend.
Shit's gotten spicy since you've been gone. I can handle myself too, Zio.
Spicy in a different way. Just dangerous.
Like you said, we got a lot to talk about. A lot to catch up on.
Okay.
Okay. So, I'll say, yeah, Sandro and Kaylin will tag along as well.
Boyfriends.
Boyfriends. Okay. And you guys make your way. Any conversations out on the road, or are we just sort of expediting the travel process here?
I love that Vincent Morosov was come alone, and we're like, no.
You're like, hey, I'm rolling.
Entourage.
I roll with a squad of problematic bachelors.
Dolores is gonna want to ask for who the fuck is Vincent Morosov, and why are we, why do you need help? So if there's like an exposition,
then...
Io knows who Vincent Morosov is.
He's the headmaster of Larwith. So I don't know specifically what he needs to talk to Whistle about. I have some ideas, but that's Whistle's history to tell, not mine.
Whistle's going to ask Nikolai, because through the prelude, Nikolai can be allowed. Actually, no. Through Whistle, can Nikolai end up in the thought lobby?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We did that last time. I think that's, it's like Aedwulf, Nikolai absolutely included in the thought lobby, and don't need to be, since they are bound to like your guys' physical forms.
Okay, perfect. Just ask Nikolai in the thought lobby.
You know him best. Do you think we can trust him?
I think so. He is a cold man, a hard to read man, but I have never known him as anything other than honest, if not a bit harsh. I think we can trust him. I don't see a world where we shouldn't. But I also, the world is now bigger since meeting all of you, so from the Vincent Morosov that I knew, I trust him. But I understand that there are things that I don't know.
That's good enough for me.
Okay.
So just to clarify, Dolores, you hear the voice of someone you have not heard.
Yeah.
And I think you can probably sense Aedwulf even though they haven't spoken yet.
I think these numbers add up to the bodies that I'm walking with.
I'm so rude.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Echinacea just says, I'm so rude. And as we're passing a brick wall, their shadow forms into, it's significantly taller than them. And it's like very clearly someone walking with a lute on their back. The floating hair is not there. It's just a short cropped hair. This is Aedwulf.
I am.
We share space.
We do. We're partners.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you too.
Sorry, I've never been acquainted with a shadow before.
Well, you have today.
Me and my shadow are buddies.
Dolores looks down at her own shadow, like, what are you doing?
Your shadow for a moment is like perfectly obscured by like some snow that's falling. You're like, all right, fuck you too.
Okay. All right, who else is there? She's like asks in her mind.
I'm Nikolai. I am Whistle's partner, the romantic kind, and also his dagger. I wasn't always a dagger. That's usually the question that follows that.
Perfect. Very intuitive.
Yes. I was a professor at Larwith. Well, then I was murdered. And then my soul...
By who?
His name is Tolesh. Right. He is of little importance. But now my soul resides here in the dagger. And I am bound to my beloved.
So sweet.
I almost imagine like you hear the sound of like rushing water or like a gurgling volcano as she's just like
processing,
rifling through all of the things that she wants to ask but knows that like this is gonna just, and she's like, all right. Like, but you can hear like the thin veil of her consciousness like like a dam.
It's her first time in the thought lobby. She doesn't know how to like block it.
Yeah. And she's just like I'm sure I'll learn more about that later. Okay.
And with that, you guys, better question. How are we approaching the wallflower? I imagine a majority of us are hiding?
No, we squat up. We just walk right in.
Okay. You see sitting outside, sitting at a table is a Vidalcan man. Very smooth, round features, these large, almost like that classic sort of gray alien vibe. They're very big, but the eyes are this like deep blue, nigh black, wearing this fanciful tunic with a very clean-cut, asymmetric silver and blue jacket and trouser. He has a staff in hand, a book at his side, 2 Divanthier Forge Wardens behind him, as well as a feminine individual standing with black hair that is up in a high bun, looks to be elvish to some degree. And Nikolai just goes, Soren. I know her. She was one of my partners in Larwith. She's a good sword. She was a student and sort of became an underling of sorts.
Well, let's say hello.
Yes, let's. There's an excitement to Nikolai. He has not seen many people in his past, from his past life, and he sees her, and it's just something familiar. You know, like it's very much. Yeah. I think in the thought lobby, Echinacea, this rings to you like when you've seen Lorien or when you saw Dorlin and Egret for the first time. It's a very similar emotion that washes over all of you. And Vincent stands. I believe I told you to come alone. But...
Forgive me, we have news of your family.
Well, then I'm glad you did not come alone. Please, what news do you have?
Well, the Baron took several of your family members, I believe distant relatives, hostage, and we saved them and brought them to Norfolk. Echinacea will pull out their Morosov spellbook. They were kind enough to let me purchase this.
It is a good make. I designed it myself. Has it treated your spellcasting well?
It has, thank you very much. May I ask why you asked Whistle to come alone?
Well, I am cautious these days, and I'm aware of Whistle's history at my academy. The last time he came to an institution of mine with numbers, an old friend met his end. So I am being cautious.
Fair enough. Victor Morosov.
Whistle.
Nods. And kind of like whispers under his breath in Orthrin to the prelude to kind of move to the table, and the two rings will kind of go perpendicular to each other and kind of spin in like a double helix kind of thing. And Nikolai can appear there, and instead of being stabbed into the table like he normally is, he can just kind of float within that.
Go ahead, everybody, give me an insight check.
This is why Nikolai took this today.
Yeah!
19.
19, nice.
This is why we have hero points.
No! Hero point.
Inspiration.
Points. Damn it. It's the same number. It's an 11.
11.
A 1.
I rolled a 5
A
twice.
1. Dolores.
18.
Kaylin rolled well. Isandra did not roll well. So Echinacea and Dolores, both of you had a 19, correct? Okay. You guys see, Whistle, I think for you, this is very, there's a lot of tension here, and I think for a moment, maybe you're shot back to the moments of Nikolai's death, right? That's a very reasonable thing for Vincent Morosov to say, like, hey, last time this happened, and you came with a
he's
group?
had a hard day.
Yeah, dude.
And he's been drinking, so
he's kind of like, it doesn't clock right away. Zio, I think that conversation with Io, lingering thoughts of like things needing to be talked about, that's probably invading your brain space. Dolores and Echinacea, you look and see behind a very cold exterior of Vincent Morosov, there is the shoulders drop. There is almost like a sigh of relief, if not a bit held back. This is an individual who very much keeps their demeanor very ambiguous. They don't like to let emotion out. They don't like to show it. They don't want to be vulnerable in that way. But with the 19, you're both able to see that relaxation take as the dagger Nikolai is presented in such a magnificent fashion. Before Vincent is able to speak, Soren, you're able to see now she's a bit curvaceous. She's wearing robes directly tied to the Divanthier, except her sash has this sort of this purple line across it. You imagine it's denotating rank and status. The common silver and blue across the entire robes. She has this very tall, like armored neck piece. Angie, your camera turned off.
Wait, who am I? Oh.
You're okay. You're good.
Who am I?
That sort of spreads down in that chainmail-like accent that you saw with the other Forge Wardens. And she goes, "Oh my God, Nikolai. He is in there, isn't he?" And speaking outwardly, given the prelude, yes, darling, I am. It is wonderful to see such a bright and friendly face such as yourself. Oh, this it very quickly introduces everyone. Whistle, Echinacea, Zio, Io, Dolores, Kaylin, Isandro. This is Soren Whittlewood. She is a phenomenal artificer.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you, Soren.
It's wonderful to meet you. I was a student of Nikolai for a few years, and worked under him on a few projects after my graduation from Lawith. I am sorry to hear about what happened to you. It will not be forever. Nikolai is like repeating the same thing over and over again, probably at this point to believe it himself, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for the hydrate. And Vincent goes, you see as one of the Forge Warden's helmets sort of slick back, it is Iris, as well as the other Forge Warden who was less stoked about seeing you guys. As that mask goes back, you see a strong mask half-orc individual, one tusk, this bright yellow eyes, some hefty scarring on the face. And Vincent goes, I heard of your arrival at Larwith, and I see... Hello, Nikolai. It is good to see you. You are he, then. If the signs are to be believed.
I am, so they tell me.
You hear the half-orc just... Okay. It's a town full of charlatans, Headmaster Morosov. One of them stands with us now. Looks to you, Dolores. Wouldn't be the first time pretenders put on a show. Iris just...
What's your name?
Are you trying to pick a fight?
It's a fight you'd sorely lose.
He like puffs off steam. Goodness.
Vincent just goes, that is Merrick. He is headstrong in his belief. Iris goes, it's good to see you again. Sorry about him. He's like, he's a dick. Iris doesn't say that, but that's the vibe you're getting.
Yeah. Whistle gives Iris a little smile.
So, if that is the case, the dagger is bound to you. It's yours. I couldn't take it from you even if I wanted. And let me be clear, I do not want to. Sort of leans forward, offering all of you essentially like a cannoli. Just sort of offers a plate. Please sit. You see as his hands unfurl out and the metal from the railing becomes like this large circular seating arrangement. It takes him no effort at all as he bends the wrought iron and just shifts it around. Please take a seat.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Echinacea will sit next to Whistle if he sits.
Yeah, Whistle will sit like across from Morosov.
Whistle, in your toes, you can just feel like the teleportation magic that Echinacea is waiting to cast if shit goes sideways.
Just in case.
Zio's on the other side of Whistle.
Okay.
He's going to kind of share a little nod with both of them. Like, yeah, if shit goes sideways, we're in it together.
Io sits next to Zio, just being like, ooh, a cannoli.
Yeah, we sit down and then we're like, Zio just like nods to Whistle and then also turns with Io like, oh yeah.
She's munching.
We're like Mary and Pippin, just like,
Kaelin stands behind Echinacea, kind of keeping on like the knightly demeanor, very Arthurian man. And Asandra does the same with Zio, just stands behind. Dolores, where are you currently?
Dolores, like, I'm assuming there might be some remainder fence or some kind of pole, something. She like either sits on something weird like a bisexual. Yeah, she's leaning. She's disinterested. She's like at like an odd angle, you know, arms folded in the back with the other two.
Your Honor,
like...
she's gay. We can tell by the seating. Okay. All right. And Vincent just sort of Have you spoken to any icons?
Yes. The Blade Mother.
The Maiden of Blades?
The same.
Good. That is another sign in your favor.
She's given me a task.
And that is?
To defeat the agents of the Blade Brother.
4 of them to be, if I remember correctly.
You remember correctly. You wouldn't happen to have a lead on who they might be.
I can collect signs, but in a place like this, you would probably find them in almost anyone. Connected to the Divanthyr, violent, eager and headstrong, but the Blade Brother is treacherous and deceptive. He has ways of hiding, ways of burying the lead of his agents.
Did Ios create the Blade Brother and the Maiden of Blades?
He did. Created all of the icons.
Why?
He thought that the people of this world, at the time that it existed, the Orethians, would need a guide. And he didn't wish to control what they believed. So he created a wide span of icons. Good, bad, middling. To give people the capability to choose.
Balance.
Something akin to that. Many scholars who study the Divanthyr call Eos a fool for this action.
You said Eos?
Ios, excuse me. Alec got confused.
Oh.
The Maiden of Blades said that Nikolai cannot be restored until the Blade Brother's agents are defeated.
You don't have to necessarily defeat the Blade Brother, but you do need to defeat his chosen blades. That is correct.
In the thought lobby, really just before Whistle moves on, Echinacea is going to say, do you want to tell him about the other part? No is valid.
Whistle will respond.
Nikolai trusts him. I was also told, we were also told, that the alloy-born must be set free.
Your book says that.
Vincent Morosov smiles. That they do. That I can help you with more so. For that, you will need to enter the Scandalor Keep, the King's Castle. Within it is essentially a sort of looks around one moment as you see Vincent's hands sort of move in a sequential manner, obviously doing somatic components. He begins to utter verbal components underneath his lips as each of you see this sort of construct manifest above you, just a bit of privacy. It is essentially a hive mind for the automata. It's what gives them their directives. It's all resting on one core. If you wish to remove them from their directives, that core needs to be removed.
And then they would all be individuals.
They would be free from their objectives. Yes. They would finally be able to realize that they are individuals. But this is a dangerous task.
How did that hive mind come to be? Why? Sorry, Angie.
Oh, no, that's Zio picking up on.
Yeah.
It's just like pause.
Yeah. How do we know about this, and why does it exist?
Yeah, and did you just say that the automata would realize that they are individuals?
I did.
Looks over to Echinacea, like over the other side of Whistle.
This was placed there by one of our own, a Divanthier mage that, has been relieved of his duties. We did not agree with... I did not agree with what was created. A means with which to remove the sapience from living beings.
And yet, here in Dreucamish, they still servants. Why was it not undone?
Because it was not my place to undo it. It is yours.
You're waiting on a savior? When you could be one yourself?
Yeah, Whistle's eyes narrow at Vincent.
You could have... Have you spoken to the Scandalore Crown about this? Have you... What? You just waited on... You just...
I've attempted to speak to King Roris Scandalore, and I've been turned away at every attempt. I have not been allowed access to the castle. And yes, I have been waiting for the Savior, the Soul Forged, because I had faith that they would come.
Well, if you choose not to be a hero, then I do suppose you have to wait on one.
I have never claimed to be a hero, and I never will.
No. Good. Have you even made anyone aware? We entered this city, and it seemed that the embassy was completely unaware of the sapience of the automata working there.
It is incredible what propaganda from the King's Crown can do to silence those beneath its weight.
How long has it been like that?
Like this? About 70 or so years.
7D?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a very long time. There's people that probably remember a time before that. Like yourself and the rest of the city. I understand you're saying that propaganda goes a long way, but...
Damn. Echinacea is doing the math, and they realize the last thing they can remember is almost 80 years ago, and they're like, oh, fuck.
Son of a
Like,
bitch.
it's not in there. They go looking back through their memories, and then they hit one of those ice walls, and they're like...
They fireball it.
So, saying we have to commit treason?
I am saying.
Well,
Or
I guess
share
we're-
the news. Spread
that?
the word.
There's a place you can go for that as well. In the city's lower districts, a speakeasy. You can speak to someone trying to spread that word as well, a fellow alloy-born. Goes by the name Muse.
News.
Yeah.
Does that ring a bell for Dolores at all?
Yeah, absolutely it does. Muse runs a speakeasy for automaton and alloy-born allies, and they try to spread the word of the sapience of the alloy-born people, trying to undo the propaganda and the conditioning of the Scandalore Crown and the Forge Guard. Angie.
I need a glossary check. Alloy-born is like Warforged,
Yep.
Automata.
Same, yep. So, yeah, correct.
Thank you.
Yep. I need a glossary check, dude. I'm
Glossary-
sick of reading the
glossary check.
Silmarillion every Sunday, dude. I'm sick of it.
No, I was like, Alloy-born. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Let me check.
I'm wittily confused.
That's all right. I apologize. Thank you very much. That's
You're
all right.
so good, Stinkerbud. Okay. So you can speak to Muse.
All right. I think we will at some point. Is there any other assistance you can offer us on this mission of ours to restore Nikolai?
Soren sort of raises a hand. I've been studying the artifacts of Morosov and other Divanthir educators. I could join you and study Nikolai to see if there are any means to, well, subvert the Blade Brothers' influence.
Whistle will kind of look to Echinacea and Zio and say to the two of you.
I would welcome.
Pronouns for Soren?
She, they.
I would welcome her.
Zio, when they hear them say that the study the Blade Brothers' influence, it kind of what Morosov said about how the Blade Brother is very tricky in manipulating the truth or how his people present themselves. When she says that, can Zio kind of like watch her as she said that? Just to see if there was anything that kind of seemed out of place?
I'm trying to gauge if
But
she
that's-
has any sort of connection to him.
No, it's just
Insight.
that-
Just if
I
she's
feel like at this
sus.
it was to see if there's anything suspicious about that, especially now that like we are in the dragon's den of the Blade Brother. So like
So yeah, go ahead and roll me an insight check, and I'll say, yeah, go ahead and roll that for me.
Can Echinacea roll one on fucking Merrick, for that matter?
Yeah.
that is a nat 20.
Nice.
28.
With a nat 20, you can be very, very sure that there's nothing regarding the Blade Brother that she is like being dodgy about. Someone in her station seems to be a pretty high level artificer within the Divanthir, and quite obviously a very talented mage outside of that. She needs to be educated about him. She needs to know about him, and there's a clear with a natural 20, there's a clear glint in her eye at the possibility of learning more about Nikolai and Whistle for that matter. Almost like it is an important mission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zio will then the response to Whistle would be, well, better to have someone that knows Nikolai just as well as you do.
It's certainly not my area of expertise. I rolled a 14 for Merrick, which is Not great.
14 on Merrick. It's very clear. This guy has not stopped dogging Whistle visually. He's looking at him. He's sizing him up. You can tell with a 14 that Merrick is intent on scrutinizing Whistle and disproving that he is who he says he is.
This guy.
Yeah, Echinacea is going to shift their mind's eye to Merrick and be like, "That guy's a fucking problem. He needs to fuck off.
He needs to fuck off.
He can't stop looking at you in a I'm going to make your day harder way."
How fun
Whistle.
would it be if he was to the death?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Whoever that is.
Dolores, tag out.
Wait, what?
No,
Maybe
if that was
Dolores,
him.
what if he was the one that you needed to fight? How nice would it be if you could just punch him in the face? He's kind of a dick.
Is this said out
This
loud
thought
or
lobby.
in mind?
Thought lobby.
Thought
Thought
lobby,
lobby.
yeah.
I think we need to do this every
Okay.
time we're talking. Just kidding.
That's how you know.
Have I gathered that there is a prophecy? Does Dolores
Yeah.
even know? Okay, got it.
I'd say Dolores has pretty passing knowledge about the prophecy. I mean, you've been around Larwith a lot, especially over the last 6 months. People have talked about the dagger that's gone missing and how something like that is tied to the Soulforge prophecy. You're definitely aware of it. The inner workings of it, probably not too much.
You can see that like she's making the dot. Are you the one in the prophecy?
So they tell me.
She's just like stalling out like, what?
Dolores, you got a lot going through your head right now, and like as this conversation keeps going, you're like, "Fuck!"
I'm not bright.
Well, you're like, "Fuck!" I just need to hit something. I just need
Yeah.
a slab of meat in front of me to be bloody. Like I'm so tired.
Merrick, watch out.
It's like, so whenever you guys posit the question about Merrick, you know, like the cat meme of wood, like wood. You kind of just get like that kind of like instant like grunt of like, yes, wood fight. Like,
Okay.
As this conversation is happening, also like this stuff, like Zio will turn to Io and it's like, is this something that you would be interested in?
In what? What? There's a lot being said right now.
What they're gonna study?
The dagger?
Yeah.
I'm definitely curious about it. I don't want to impose, and I mean, Nikolai was always very kind as a professor. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But
And Zio turns to their body over to like Soren. What is their title? Like professor?
Soren is not
Also
a professor. Do not have
No.
their title as of right now.
No. You need a research assistant?
Research assistant. That would be wonderful.
Looks over at Io. Huh? What?
I was like, well, then I guess you have one. Hello.
Another very important question. Is it a paid job?
No, it's not. This is solely research. I do not have the means to pay anyone. So if that changes your mind, Io, I apologize.
Looks over at the headmaster. It's like, you don't pay your research assistants.
This is not an official hiring. This is a kindness I'm doing. I was like, I'm happy to research anyway. Like, she doesn't fucking care. She's like, oh, sick.
Well, as long as I was happy. Yeah, I got you a job.
Well, actually, you got me a volunteer. Yeah, no job.
Volunteer.
No job. That's okay, though. I mean, I have a job. I'm fine. I need everybody to stop worrying about me. I'm good.
I'm your brother. I'm gonna worry about you regardless.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent sort of looks at you, whistle, I very much feeling the tension and understanding it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else I can answer for you? Any direction I can push you in?
At this point, I think the path before me is pretty clear.
Could you tell us where the people who believe in the soul-forged prophecy might be found?
Muse in this cohort. Or do you mean just
Not at Larwith?
people who believe in the prophecy?
Yes.
Yes, you can find a lot of them at Larwith. Particularly, a lot of them research philosophy and history in our libraries, so that would be a great place to start. There's also an icon church within the academy. It's probably the best place to find them.
That makes sense to me.
Would these also be places we can find any groups or organizations aligned with the Blade Brother?
You will not find them in public. You will not find them in the open. We don't have any sort of iconography or temples to the darker icons. We don't wish to inspire that sort of destructive nature at our school.
Do you know where people with that inclination may gather?
In the Undercity.
City.
There are aspects of Dreucamish, the seedier aspects that spread underneath the cobblestone streets we stand upon now. It goes down about 2 miles.
Holy
Cool.
shit.
My God.
And you can enter them through
This is deep.
tunnel systems. There are some found in sewers. Sewers are probably the easiest way to access the Undercity.
All right. I have no more questions for you at this time, Vincent. But just one request. If you learn of anything that could be of assistance in our quest to restore Nikolai, please let us know as soon as you can. Not for me, but for him.
I will do so for the both of you. And I will keep my eye out, of course, for anything that could help. And my door is always open to you lot. So if you need anything from me or discover anything that you think I should know, my office is open to you.
If we wanted to use your library, Echinacea shoots a dirty look at Merrick. Would we be able to get through your gates?
Of course. He sort of, you see as he opens, Merrick just goes, he pulls this this little metallic sphere. It looks like it's made of silver or some sort of comparable metal as he just sort of fans his hands out, making this sort of cat's cradle, and he creates this symbol. It's very abstract in nature. It looks like a collection of shapes on top of each other, almost like a three-dimensional. It's 2D, but you would imagine it would be like a pyramid on top of a cube on top of a sphere. But it's almost like this abstract statue, and it's this pin will allow you access. It is the 3 tiers of our belief system. So here you are. If anybody else would like the library, he makes like 4 more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was like,
Gives their style.
Grinning like the cat who caught the canary at Merrick, Echinacea pins it on.
you see Merrick just puts the helm on. I'm going to return to the academy.
Bye.
He walks away.
In the thought lobby, Whistle's just going to ask the group,
do you think we should make an attempt to confront the king?
What's the name of the king again?
King Scandalore.
Roris
King
Scandalore.
Roar Scandalore.
Rhoras. Roris.
Roras.
Do you think we should arrange a meeting with the king?
Yes, I think a meeting rather than a confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
It might, I mean,
That's big. It's a whole king.
That's a whole ass king.
I've never spoken to someone that's a king.
I haven't spoken to this one, right? I haven't spoken to this
You
Scandalore.
have not spoken to Roris Scandalore. You have spoken to the previous Scandalore king before.
What's his name?
Rorna. Rornah.
I'm
Spoke
assuming
to his father. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Rorna, and what I would remember, would not have had this device. What
No.
was his vibe?
He very much a Viserys one from House of the Dragon. Very.
Oh,
He loves being king. He loves being present for his people. The things that you noticed most when you got here, like upped military presence, that is new. A large enchanted wall that like protects the city, that domes over at night to protect from an onslaught that is not coming. Like he was a peacetime king. And yeah, he worked a lot with Larwith. He worked a lot with like public education. He worked a lot with just sort of building the people up. And at this point in history, the automata were very much just like objects, right? So a coffee automata would just look akin to like a modern coffee maker, or a courier automata would look like a steel box with wheels that could move forward and just drop things off.
I see them downtown all the
A
time.
lamplighter automata to keep the Ulkes city streets lit would essentially just be like a big light bulb that would just float around the city, kind of like fireflies, and keep everything lit. There was no like human like attributes applied, and that was very intentional with Rorna.
intentional how?
It was very clear that like this was just equipment. Like this was just these are machines that will help us. It's not like I guess maybe that just wasn't the best way to put it, but he didn't assign like any physical human attributes to them.
Gotcha. And like I think Echinacea is like, as they realize that, they're putting into context, like, I don't know if the automata were alive then, and maybe they were, but it also, like, looking at them, it hadn't occurred to Echinacea that like, as someone who can make a light bulb levitate, it hadn't occurred to Echinacea that the levitating light bulb could be alive. So I think there's some grappling with that, but
Absolutely.
Echinacea's just going to say to the group, the militarism and isolation were not present in Rorna, and I did not, thinking about the automata of the time, they didn't display any human qualities like speech, or they didn't look like people, which doesn't mean that they weren't, but there weren't any signifiers that I can recognize. Although I never tried to cast message to one of the floating lights.
Oh, they used to be like gadgets, like what artificers build.
They certainly looked like them. Yes, at the very least. So something has changed. in that time, and I can't. I remember up to 870, and Rorna Scandalore was the king at the time, and from what I gather, things have changed since.
Maybe Muse will have more information on it.
And I will say, Dolores, you know specifically that Muse's establishment, which is called the Ironclad, it doesn't open specifically until like midnight. This is a nighttime operation. So
I believe the Ironclad opens its door. Fucking getting into like a lazuli. What the fuck? All right.
that's 2 ticks.
Add one to the tally.
It's not the first time her accent's kind of crept in. This I've just tried to play it cool
so
and
we're
shipped
gonna make
over.
it. We're gonna make it an even
Anyway.
3.
All right. I convey.
So everybody's aware of that, and at this point we're probably encroaching like 3 or 4. You know, you don't have to get, I mean, you can go to the Crimson Mask whenever you desire, but the fights aren't going to start until about 9-10 o'clock tonight. So yeah,
Before, so I'm assuming that we started sort of like saying our goodbyes, saying our farewells and everything. I want to quickly find a moment with Victor Morosov as he's starting to walk away.
okay, absolutely.
Just sort of like gutter over.
Well, hang on.
Yes.
Before he leaves, are we gonna ask him? Are we gonna have him arrange a meeting with the king?
Oh yeah.
You're
So
gonna
let's just go above table real quick.
You're gonna
Like,
have
you
him
could,
arrange a meeting with the king.
to have introduce us. I mean, the king doesn't know us, but the king might know Vincent.
Above table,
Yeah.
he can send a missive and send some of his forge wardens over to the castle to give word that you guys would like to meet. And what names are you giving?
Whistle and Nikolai.
Whistle, Nikolai.
Asking for a meeting. I mean, Echinacea has used their summoning circle to get here. I don't think their identity is a secret.
Yeah.
They give their name.
So Echinacea, CO, Dolores, will
I
you
wanna
be
talk to her.
going?
You want to go meet the king?
Dolores is like, I don't fucking care. I don't give a fuck, dog.
I'll go, but maybe not as fucking goddamn it. I'll go, but maybe not as myself.
Vincent says, and the liaison. Okay. So you guys are listed to go, and he will bridge that contact with the Scandalore Crown.
Perfect. Yeah. We're
No,
here, and
absolutely.
we are interested in talking to him.
Makes sense. Perfect. And then Zio, you wanted to stop him before you headed out?
Yeah. I'm so sorry for jumping
fine.
the gun.
You're fine.
Yeah, just kind of approaches him and says, "Where would one go to ask and pay for tuitions?"
No, you would head to the tuition office. It's that, well, we're not too close to the school, but it is the smallest sphere of the first 3 when you enter campus.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then runs off.
Zio leaves. Okay.
Just runs off.
Okay. I think with a natural departure there, with everybody sort of fanning out, we'll take our last break here. We'll take our last break, and we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Love you.
See you
Kisses.
then.
Bye.
Bye.
Echinacea came to consciousness kneeling before Magus Arcanum agents in the smoldering Kaelkirk streets. No memories remained in their skull, except one, their hand ripping the heart out of the Arcanum agent Valor. Echinacea was taken into custody by none other than Valor's husband, the notorious Casimir. After a month in solitary confinement, Casimir's intrusion into Echinacea's mind revealed that the false memory of killing Valor was planted by the Winter Court Fey Queen Coliata. Casimir uncovered a true memory hidden beneath the false one the night Echinacea met their husband, Lorien Belnades Larethian. Despite discovering Echinacea's innocence, the Arcanum refused to release them, keeping them locked in Casimir's tower. Until the day the Oracle of Aldengate revealed that Lorien did battle against Coliata upon the site of a Shadowfell rift over half a century ago. There, Lorien was defeated by the looming shadow Eadwulf. Eadwulf, an undead corruptor Corberay controlled by the Winter Fey Queen, consumed Lorien and turned him into the Vildraven, a monster sworn to hunt the line of Larethian to extinction. The Oracle mercifully freed Echinacea after the revelation. Upon leaving the warded halls of the Arcanum, Echinacea learned that they are a fate touched of Minri, goddess of magic. With Minri, Echinacea crafted items of power called preludes, which grow based upon the chosen paths of the wearers. With time, Echinacea grew to love the fated, adopting Lazuli as their sister, advocating on Lucian Whitmore's behalf for restorative justice, befriending fellow Arcanum victim Monroe, and falling head over heels with the runaway Zendrixian prince, Kaelin Vryn. With luck, Echinacea learned that they are bound to a phoenix, allowing the wizard to cast primordial restoration magic. They use this to heal enemies and allies alike, eschewing death hags and the ruinous god Silence locked away in Aosha's core. With rage, Echinacea learned vital information. Coliata's mind is not her own. She is a victim, controlled by the cursed sword Rhyme, created by the deceptive god Kervaith. Braving the lands of eternal winter in northern Shenthyr, Echinacea finally faced the Vildraven. In the midst of their battle, Echinacea offered Eadwulf a new pact. Join Echinacea and bring Kervaith to justice for all the suffering the god has caused. Eadwulf accepted, leaving Lorien free to recuperate, offering Kaelin the Vildraven's mythic blade, the Song of Arvindor, and taking up residence in Echinacea's mind. Together, the two have braved many perils, closing a Shadowfell rift with the aid of Lucian Whitmore, recovering 50 years of memory with the help of another Corberay, meeting their brother, Dorlin, dying by Lord Harvish's hand, being brought back to life by Lazuli. With their life reclaimed, Echinacea got to work, reforging the Song of Arvindor into Kaelin's Oathblade Truthseeker, facing their deepest fears of imprisonment and loss of self in the Sivaholm catacombs, reuniting with their forgotten love and unwitting betrayer Thandrin, who remains bound in a pact to serve Kervaith, transforming into a seraph, freeing a goddess bound by the gods Silence, Kervaith, and Ruin's Eye. Echinacea now seeks to reclaim the rest of their memories, to save Coliata from Rhyme's influence, to free Thandaril from his pact, to close the rifts that scar Tolesh, to dismantle the Magus Arcanum, to confront Kervaith, to break the silence.
Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter, was born and raised among the Iron Legionnaires to be a soldier, a tool for conquest. A veteran of numerous campaigns against the Scorched Isles, Whistle earned the recognition of the draconic captain Isradon of the Alaric, a mighty Titan-class ship. Steadily climbing the ranks of the Alaric's crew and garnering a reputation for efficiency, Whistle was eventually charged to lead a covert mission. He was tasked with leading a team to steal a Divanthier tome from the famous Larwith Academy in Dreucamish. His life changed when on a mission, he was compromised by the only thing his grooming amongst the Legionnaires could never prepare him for. He fell in love. Whistle's budding affections for Nikolai, a Divanthier scholar at the Academy, blossomed into a romance that threatened his entire mission. Everything came to a head when Nikolai attempted to stop Whistle's team as they secured the Divanthier tome. Nikolai was shot by Whistle's ally, Lord Tarvish, and as he died in Whistle's arms, something miraculous happened. Nikolai's soul was imbued into a Divanthier dagger that the two men had bonded over during their brief time together. Since then, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaire objectives and his team from the Alaric mission, tricking Lord Tarvish into believing he had the Divanthier tome. Whistle sent his crew back to the Alaric. Now isolated from his former crew, he has dedicated himself to discovering a means of restoring Nikolai. After encountering the Fated and witnessing their crusade against the great evils that threaten the world, Whistle has found allies to aid him on the path to redemption and acceptance. It was not long before Whistle learned that he is the subject of a Divanthier prophecy, a leader destined to unite the Ally-born and save his love in the process. Unfortunately, the trick Whistle played on his Legionnaire crewmates only bought him so much time. After a failed attempt to retrieve the book by Viper's Hand mercenaries, Whistle's Alaric crewmates took matters into their own hands and attacked members of his new party. Whistle arrived in time to watch Lord Tarvish kill Echinacea. Falling back on his Legionnaire training, Whistle cleaved the gunman in twain without a word. Navigating the strife caused by using Nikolai to kill, Whistle set about seeking redemption. Having been crafted a prelude by Echinacea, seeking training from the Golden Dragon Helgon the Gildenfire and the Winter Court Knight Uldiel, Whistle found himself taking steps down the path of the Protector. In doing so, Whistle promised Zio that he will take the burden of killing upon himself should the need arise. Whistle's role as a protector found him ensnared in a deal with Isradon to claim a new lair on his captain's behalf. In an act of desperation, Whistle offered Isradon the abandoned keep Sivahome, the meeting place of the forces of the Eclipse of the Three, the vile gods Kervaith, Ruin's Eye, and the Silence known as Vaemir. In the Sivahome catacombs, Whistle the Protector came face to face with Whistle the Legionnaire. Suffering under the weight of his past, Whistle was forced to relive the choices that made him into a killer, until finally coming face to face with a cruel vision of his father. In that moment, the sight of Lazuli under attack broke Whistle free of the past. The Protector persevered, buoyed by the faith of his party and his love for Nikolai. Now, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaires and thus earned the ire of his former draconic master. Days after retreating from Sivahome, Whistle found himself confronted by the adult Red Dragon and the reconstituted Lord Tarvish. Battle quickly ensued, during which Whistle was felled by Lord Tarvish's hand. In death, Whistle found himself face to face with an endless field of weapons and a godly entity, an icon known as the Maiden of Blades. She affirmed that Whistle is a protector. When Lazuli came to bring Whistle back to life, he accepted, returning to lead his party through a harrowing escape from the dragon Isradon. Thus, Whistle's connection to the Iron Legionnaires was severed. For the first time in his life, Whistle is a free man.
See and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Hi. Sorry.
Smooth.
Is it Mabel?
What happened?
Hey, welcome back
Hi.
to Known Realms Tolesh. Hi. Me flirting in real life. Hey. Hi. So we have some time before we arrive at the Crimson Mask. What would folks like to get up to in the meantime?
With Kaelin, Echinacea will spend their time poring over the Ithril and Zereni records that they got today.
That you got today. Ithril first. So this is specifically a Minrian ruin visit where both...
What year?
Oh, God. This is a year... Let me triple check. Oh my God, where are my documents? There we go. This is in 839, so this is a memory you have. This is a visit that you and Thandoril took, guided by Ithril, to a Minrian rune that you guys located just north of Bessenmont. And the goal of this was to find the rune, discover it, go into it, and make sure that there were no items of Minri's power left behind. You remember Minri coming to you in a dream and asking you to explore it, and Thandoril very happily joined you. And there was a few important objects that were left behind. And I will give you the names of those items. An Atlas of Endless Horizons. You went, huh?
I have one of those.
You do. A Robe of Stars.
Now Dorlin does too.
Robe of Stars, and then what is the specific? A manual of bodily health. That were left behind.
Could fucking use that. Oh well.
But
sorry,
go ahead.
remembering back, does Echinacea remember what they did with these for Minri after the fact?
You returned them on Tolesh. Actually, not too far from your home in Illimbel, there's a shrine to Minri that you have gone to before in your time in Illimbel, and you had a ritual where they were returned to her. They were essentially melded back to the weave.
They look down at their tome, their Atlas of Endless Horizons. They're like, so it wasn't you. And then they close it.
Minri it was not that one. And there was a point where I had to exit as, you Thunderil and Ithril at private time.
Echinacea remembers that and starts giggling to himself.
Perfect. And then...
oh my.
Oh my god. So specifically the Zereni memory, that was in... 1882. So this is a memory you do not have.
I don't remember that.
You do not have...
That's suspicious.
That's weird. That's
the year they got married too, correct?
Yep.
This bitch. Okay.
So here specifically, what's written in the record is that Zereni hired you to look into ruins on her behalf as well, but it was not to Minri, as you have normally explored. You were specifically hired, given your experience with Minri and runes, but you were sent to research the runes of a lost idol by the name of Karvan. Karvahn. And go ahead and give me a religion check.
Sounds like Marvoon and Kervaith had a baby. You said religion?
Yes, I did.
Carvana.
Oh, it is good. 19 plus 9, 28.
28. This actually comes from the same group of idols that Willow's patron comes from, where she was an idol to dance. Karvan is an idol to secrecy, hidden knowledge, and hiding of paths. So basically an entity meant to veil truths from others.
Shit. What does it say? I discovered anything?
It says that you discovered a lost rune, and that lost rune is actually north of Ulkes by about 25 miles, so not incredibly far from you now. And what you found was a festering presence of undead, which you theorized at that point were agents of maybe Ruin's Eye, some sort of connection there, but the creatures that you saw, which seem to be pretty common undead, there's a lot of overlap between what source they could come from. So you weren't... Echinacea wasn't entirely sure of their origin, but you did locate a suit of armor called Karvan's Whale, and the Scream, not the ocean mammal.
I was really hoping, man.
Nah, dude, unfortunately, and that armor set had gone back to the Alden Gate Arcanum.
God damn it.
And that suit of armor is particularly special. It's heavy plate, but it is similar, not necessarily made of elven chain akin to the armor that you wear, but it is made of a material, the name of which is Nox iron, NOx iron can be worn by mages. So this is heavy armor that can be adorned by mages. It does not subject to mechanically, like stealth is great. You essentially garner the benefits of pass without trace, darkness, silence, oh my god, what's the spell? Silence,
blindness, and deafness.
Blindness, deafness, and then silence. So essentially, it just gives you an opportunity or the ability to be very well protected as a caster.
I think Echinacea would have looked at this with both Kaelin and Casimir.
Yep.
And I think they get more and more sullen as they read.
Mm-hmm.
I should have destroyed it.
Casimir, that would have been the wise thing to do with hindsight, but you did not have that then. This is on Zereni for manipulating you.
I was trusting, but also I cannot help but think there is a certain sort of hubris. I don't know.
Kaelin,
I don't pretend to know who I was.
Kaelin sort of grasps your hand. Those who tend to be very giving are also those who others wish to take from. Zereni may have seized an opportunity, but you're right, we don't know. Don't blame yourself for something you don't know yet.
It's a fair point, and I'll take it. Echinacea pulls their sigil sphere out of their bag of holding, one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But now that I know, if I see that bitch again, it's on sight. And they shove it back.
Kaelin just, it's on sight. Casimir also, I can tap into my connections at Alden Gate. See if that armor still resides there. And if it doesn't, who has it?
I would only urge caution. But I do think it is worth knowing, if you feel you can do so safely.
He kind of does like the head tilt of like, I think so. But I won't do it unless I am positive that I can do so discreetly. I promise.
Good. I believe you. Speaking of which, did you banish certain items today, by any chance? That would be great. Did you get rid of... No?
The things I felt like we could have banished were not banished. I didn't banish anyone who was spying on us. Nobody did.
I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about... evidence.
Some of the stuff Anaris was intent on bringing back, but I did banish the others.
I don't want to go to prison.
You will not go to prison.
Okay. I'm not stressed. And they will.
I'm stressed.
They
Right.
will leave it on I'm not stressed, clearly stressed.
Clearly very stressed. Understood. Anyone else before we make it to the Crimson Mask?
I got a couple things.
Okay.
Pretty quick. First thing is I just want to just have Nikolai swap from the Windwraith to the Gravehand Spear. Gravehand Spade. So that, and then Whistle will attune to the Windwraith.
Okay.
And then the other thing is check in with Anaris and probably the rest of the party. And I think at this point, given that Whistle feels okay, we do kind of owe Dolores for helping with the Victor Morosov stuff. Now Whistle will check in with Anaris and say to bring out anything from the cache.
Got it.
I know we have a few hours, so if we get back to the humble abode, just see what was in the cache. What did Anaris manage to bring back?
So Anaris managed to bring back pretty good haul.
Yay!
1 second.
This dude. Let me give this guy a raise.
Nobody's paying him.
Somebody pay him.
So pay this man. You managed to find a ring of spell storing.
Shit.
You were able to find a cloak of displacement, an amulet of the plains, a wand of the war mage +2, and a tome of clear thought. You're then able to grab like 5 bags of components, a greater spell shard, 2 potions of supreme healing, and then altogether about 6,000 gold pieces.
It's a decent haul.
It's a decent haul.
I forgot we left this.
He just goes, it was a lot.
You should all know, though, apparently someone else had discovered the hall and took a few items from it.
Oh,
Casimir does them. If we
We
want,
had-
I can banish the
Believed
rest
it was
of it.
secure.
Can the items be looked on to see where they're at? If Anaris remembers what they look like and what they are, is there a way to maybe
like scry on him or locate object?
locate object is very limited, but I could try scrying on them tomorrow. I don't have the
Right.
spell prepared today.
yeah, locate object is only like
1,000 feet.
1,000.
1,000 feet. Yeah. Okay. Not very useful. Yeah. Whistle's got keen mind, so maybe he remembers what some of the items might have looked like.
You're
been a while.
asking specifically about the items that were, a robe of stars.
They were missing.
Robe of stars, a manual of bodily health. You absolutely have like a very clear image of these things.
Magi.
Robe of the Archmage.
Yeah, the robe of the Magi.
That one made
then
me fucking sad.
And then a +3 wand of the war mage, as well
Yeah,
as
that
a
shit.
collection of 4 spell books.
Yeah.
So
So.
I'd say keen mind, you're absolutely able to lean back and get a pretty clear vision of what those things looked like.
Okay. Now that we're all together looking at it, Whistle's going to say out loud,
It's odd, don't you think? The items that are missing are significantly powerful. But why take just those and not the rest of the cache?
Realistically, to let you know that I had been there.
Ah,
That's what I would do.
a calling card.
And I think we can safely assume that casters took those items.
Mhm.
My money would be on the Arcanum.
Very unfortunate indeed.
Has the Iron Legionnaires ever worked with the Arcana before?
Well,
Alec?
Nothing that's lasted very long or been particularly beneficial for either party. Each of them have their own very private and very personal agendas. It usually ended pretty violently anytime the two would attempt to work together. Yeah.
Can you remind me? I know that Whistle killed a Lorethian mage who worked for the Magus Arcanum.
Mhm.
I think there was at least one more?
One more Lorethian mage?
one more Arcana mage.
Whistle
assassination.
Whistle has killed canonically 4 Magus Arcana mages.
I'm an expert.
And they took 4 spell books.
And they took 4 spell books.
Yeah, okay. So I have a feeling that maybe
Womp womp.
the spell books recovered may have been the spell books that belonged to the mages.
And Whistle, that is where you dumped their bodies.
Yeah.
So this being a calling card, especially in your line of work and the similar calling cards you've left during your time as a Iron Legionnaire.
Yeah.
Someone's playing the game. And they know you're here.
Then Whistle will kind of share that with the group.
Could very well be Magus Arcanum. Them and the Iron Legion have always had a bit of a strained relationship. It's the problem when both parties want to rule the world. You're bound to disagree at some point.
One chair, 2 butts.
Mhm.
Fan it out, Alec. I know. It was a bar.
That candle had so much smoke when I blew it out. That was crazy.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
these items may be quite useful for us.
I can keep them in a demi-plane. Keep them away from anyone who may be able to scry on them as well. Make it much more difficult. And we'll keep all of your hands clean of it.
Well, several of us have non-detection magic. Would that extend to the items?
It would not extend directly to the items, no. It extends to your person.
So only if they're attuned to you.
Correct.
I think a demiplane is wise unless people have something they want to attune to. The most useful thing to me, given the people I want to protect, who will eventually go to Helitus's world, would be that Amulet of Planes, but I don't think I would need to utilize that now. Not yet.
There was a Cloak of Displacement.
A Cloak of Displacement. There's a +2, 1 to the War Mage. A Greater Spell Shard, which essentially has like a 6th level spell on it.
And then you said a Ring of Spell Storing.
Yep. There are Potions of Supreme Healing too. 2 of them.
Just quick above table. Strategically, the Cloak of Displacement would be pretty good on Whistle. And then I also think, like, Echinacea putting a spell in a Ring of Spell Storing and then giving that to, like, Dolores or something is sick.
I have a Ring of Spell Storing, but if someone else wanted to keep one on their person, I could cast magic into it.
Yeah. You can cast magic into it and then, like, it would be pretty damn good. Actually, if we know that that is a Ring of Spell Storing, like, yeah, that's, oh boy. So yeah, I don't think Whistle is, well, I just to kind of move along, but Whistle's not nervous about
keeping it.
Keeping it.
It's up to you. So, I mean, Button, Angie, Lou, any of you sort of leaning toward taking one of those items and attuning to them?
Not would have to see the list and go through the information, and I don't think right now might be the best time to maybe discuss that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think for now, no. Echinacea is cool with putting them in a demiplane, knowing that they are retrievable later.
Okay.
That said, like, if anyone else wanted to attune, I don't think Echinacea would argue with them. They would just look nervous.
Dolores? There is 6,000 gold.
I'll take that gold. She'll definitely give some eyes to the gold, but can that be can the gold itself be spread upon?
That's true. Is it marked? Are they marked coins?
Give me an investigation check.
Oh,
Detect
I'm good at
magic
these.
also.
They are not marked with the detect magic, and
Oh,
I'd say an investigation check. Even with your passive investigation whistle, pretty clear that these are
21.
Yeah, these are not marked in any sort of way. And Echinacea, you get no magic off of them specifically.
They'll then
Someone's
cast
eyes.
Identify to make sure that there isn't like a Nistel's magic aura cast on the gold.
None.
Sick.
Someone scries on it and gets flashbanged because it's just gold.
Yeah, they see it's in a million different places where you spent it, and they just.
And that's probably the thinking too, right? They're like,
It's not worth it.
Gold. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
gold is probably
Most-
the safest thing.
They
And
scry
the gold
on
will
every
divvy up.
single gold piece to ever exist.
Yeah.
Give yourself a headache.
All right. With that,
Oh,
sorry, David. Go ahead.
no, you're good. I think Whistle's going to take the Cloak of Displacement.
You take the Cloak of Displacement. You attune to it right away.
Yeah, I'm attuning to it right away.
Okay. You are attuned to that Cloak of Displacement over the course of the next hour.
Shanks.
You're what? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And anything else for anybody? Okay. With that, Dolores, do you head to the Crimson Mask by yourself, or do you lead the party there?
I'll offer if anyone wants to come and try to negotiate terms, if that's something that they're interested in, but allude that it might not be pretty, but
I would. May I ask you a question, Dolores?
But of course.
Are you comfortable with resuscitation, revivification?
No one's ever asked me that. I believe so. Most of the times when I'm fighting, I'm not ready to go. So, I suppose so.
Then I would like to come with you, and I would like to negotiate. At the very least, for you to be able to be revived, and I would like to do that. And if you decide that you don't want to be revived, I've been denied before. You can always say no in the moment.
Here's the thing. Risk is what tells the best story. It's all about the performance, and if there's not stakes, it doesn't make as much money. And I'm interested in what you're offering. But we have to make it sell this performance, that it is the biggest, most dangerous thing. And if it's clerics on the sidelines that people know, it's all just artifice, thrill's gone. So, whenever we're negotiating, keep that in mind for me. Alright? Maybe
I'll keep my spell book out. People don't think wizards can heal.
we're selling a story. Putting on a show. Yeah?
So, what is keeping us from, if you get killed? You know, we're talking about this as if you're gonna get killed. I don't think you're gonna get killed. You seem pretty capable. But in the off chance that it happens, you deliver your show, you don't make your money. So what happens to your body? Do they just like remove it? Can we get it, you know, backstage?
But if I start walking around the next day, there's going to be hell to pay.
I see. Yep, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Well, and so the best thing that you can do is to make the most money is no revivification, ham-fisting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
But if I just
let's start to talk to Marco. If we can come up with a better idea, I'm sure he's game. As she starts to walk and talk and head to the Crimson Mask, her posture and stride is that of a predator, like kind of leaning forward, a little hunched but stalking, and she is scanning the streets for Sophia.
Give me an investigation check.
wow.
22. That's crazy.
It's almost like she was my previous character. Past life was a ranger. Like, hunting's just.
Yeah, I mean, you make... I forgot about the fucking map. Oh my god. Guys, welcome to Ulkes. It's... Ashwoo! This is... Hi. Oh, this is crazy. Okay, anyway. You see her just as she's entering the Crimson Mask before you. And she does not look like she is ready to fight. She looks like she is ready to watch. She is wearing a very... a dress that really tightly hugs the body. It's like this very tight green, deep cut, both in the front and the back. Long sort of sleeves that sort of wrap around the middle finger and attach to hold the dress up. Very tight, like fit of the bottom of the dress, and sort of tails out toward the bottom. It's like green with this bit of glitter and showiness on it. She's got a very long like cigarette in her mouth.
Oh my
and
God.
her hair is just tucked behind her ears. No real showmanship there, but you see her just sort of saunter in.
Who is that? You know her? Who is that?
That
I'm gay.
is the bitch who fucked me.
What are you? Wait. In the good way or the bad way?
Dolores just keeps fucking stomping past.
Oh no, it's the bad way. Wait, what?
And with that, you all enter the Crimson Mask.
Man. Oh my lord.
Ooh, Alec, did you build this?
I bought it. I did not build this. This is not mine.
Pretty.
It's awesome.
Still pretty.
Where's the front door? Where are we walking in? Over here?
So you guys are walking correct. Yep.
Okay.
You walk in to see a very bustling environment as I love that Whistle still got his aura up. At all times, aura.
Meow.
But yeah, you guys make your way in, and it's bustling. At this point, we're probably a little later in the evening. And you guys make it in, and you see a halfling individual sort of hop over the counter. Oh my god, we don't have a Dolores token yet, do we?
Oh.
You can just use Lazuli for now.
I'm Delulu for Dolores.
Lazuli.
Lazulu. Deluzi.
Deluzi.
But you see a halfling man sort of hop over the counter. Dolores, you're fucking late. Who are these? Hello, new people. How can I help? Did you bring a posse? Are they fighting too?
That's what I'm here to talk to you about.
Oh, this is back room meeting type shit. Okay. What are your names? I'm Milo Markovich. You can call me Milo. You can call me Marco. Just don't call me late for dinner. All right?
I'm Echinacea Belrose. Pleasure to meet you.
Echinacea Belrose, pleasure to meet you. Pretty name for a pretty person. All right. And you all?
Whistle.
He sort of like turns. My hearing's going. Did you say a surname?
No.
Whistle. You are foreboding, my friend. You would make a lot of money here.
Foreboding.
Good to know.
And you, my fine islander friend.
Hi. Zio.
Zio.
Is Io here?
She is. I was going to say,
Okay.
any relation to Miss Io Marino?
Yeah, actually. Her twin.
She's talked about you before. You're loud and like getting into trouble. You're going to love the Crimson Mask.
Oh, wow. People know me around here, Io.
I was like, I'm going to get a drink.
Me too. Like chases after Io.
Marco's just, all right, you want to talk in the back or do you want to get a private booth?
She is almost looking through Marco to see where Sophia went. Just like, is trying to pay attention but can't.
Where's my lesbian rival? You see her. I don't have a good token for
It's okay.
what's her nuts.
Where are you going, Whistle?
Whistle's just leaving.
I'm gonna go play. I'm gonna go sit by this guy.
Alright.
See what he wants.
Do you sit next to the old wizened man?
Yeah.
Two old men sitting together.
Two old men. We're gonna play chess.
Gay Yowie Part 2.
Old man Yowie.
Oh my god, this is gonna kill me.
Is it Tengu?
Where?
No, it's not.
Wha-
This is pretty.
Pretty.
Oh my god.
Mm.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say that.
Da-da-da-da.
David.
Hmm? Did you find it? Hero point.
Sorry.
Did you? Do you guys think this old wizened man wants to take bets on the fight tonight?
Only one way to find out.
That's
I
true.
think people come to the Crimson Mask for one reason and one reason alone. And most often it's going to be to take bets.
Free wings on Wednesdays.
Lazuli. Oh, Dolores.
Friday.
You see
One
her
for Alec.
leaning against the wall, sitting next to
Oh,
a
one for
bouquet of
Alec.
flowers. One for me. She's smoking and sort of looking in your direction. She shoots you a wink.
She just lets out some steam and back to Marco. Privacy is good.
All right. Are your new friends coming along?
Yes.
All right. Come to my office. He opens the door behind the bar, and you enter a very dirty kitchen.
Cute.
Zio follows Io in with a pint for Io and a pint
Okay.
for Zio.
Perfect. Let's see. You are in there. Okay. You see as he sort of sits on a stool, chops up some bread, puts it on a plate, hands it out to all of you. In case you're hungry.
That's very nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Okay, what can I do for you, kid?
Is Sophia not fighting tonight?
No, she's not fighting tonight.
What changed?
She checked on the roster and saw that you were fighting and wanted to be there to cheer you on.
Who am I fighting?
You're not going to like that. And we need to talk about the terms first. Do you want to do to the death?
You're giving her a choice?
Of course.
But with Vaughn, it seemed like that was not the case.
I'm saying if you wanted to make the maximum amount of money, it's to the death. But if you want to add terms like revivification or whatnot, absolutely. You don't tell any of the other people in here, but you're one of my favorites.
Who am I fighting, Marco?
Ex-captain of the Forge Guard.
All right.
Dragonborn with an axe to grind.
With
Or
who?
the change.
Well, the axe to grind is with our beloved Dolores. You, Dolores, are the reason this man is no longer captain of the Forge Guard.
Oops. What did
You got him into a fight on the street. You goaded him well enough to where he went outside of his realm of duty and fought you. And that got him axed.
What's his name?
His name is Tobias Stormwind.
Be.
Now, Toby, chill out, dude.
Calm down.
Did I win the fight?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm like, well, did I win?
You did.
Okay. How can we raise the stakes if we incorporate maybe more people? I'm just looking for a good performance.
You want to make it an all-out brawl? You mean
Well-
put yourself at a handicap?
What will be my payout if I do that?
You see, he takes out like an abacus and he starts moving. So if you were to fight one-on-one to the death, no resurrections, 100,000 gold pieces.
Right.
If you were to fight him and 3 of his allies, so 4 people altogether, with revivification, you'd probably make about 90k.
With 3 of his allies and revivification, not just, what would it be with revivification? Also take into account that you've given her almost no notice, and therefore she should receive a bonus.
She was supposed to fight tonight.
Not to the death. Don't pretend you don't understand the difference. You seem like a smart man.
I'm a very smart man. And
All right, there you go.
I don't know you. Who the fuck are you coming in here and telling me how to operate my business?
I remember when this was the Sanguine Mask.
You remember when the Katie gloves were on. Got it. Well, it's not that anymore, sweetheart. I apologize to you.
And you've shared, I assume, 100% legal information with me today regarding this fight.
I didn't say that.
So when I return to the embassy, I shouldn't talk about the Crimson Mask?
You're bringing fucking Nox over here? What's going
No,
on?
I'm asking what I should do. You could just give her a bonus. You could treat her like your favorite rather than just shoving shit in her face.
I am treating her like my favorite. Most people wouldn't get the numbers I'm giving her. That's just a fact.
Echinacea.
Now, given what you
Yes?
said, go ahead.
I think this might be outside of your realm of understanding. This is a different. This is not what you might be used to.
When you say your favorite, are they all disposable to you then?
All these fighters?
Yes,
No.
but your favorite is.
She's beat him before. Handily, I might add. I'm giving her a give me. A guaranteed way to make a lot of money tonight. Money she needs.
Does this man have a death wish? Why would he ask for me to kill him?
Because he's a fool. He's confident. He thinks he can do it. I know he can't. Bless you.
Bless you.
Dolores.
Bless you.
Sorry.
And to your earlier question, Echinacea, I would love this to stay quiet. Ideally.
It will. I just don't understand how you can treat her this way and speak the way you do.
What way am I treating her?
You gave her a call today and made it seem like she didn't have a choice. It seems like you're gaslighting her.
That I am not, because she would have run and taken the opportunity if I had presented it to her as normal.
I'm more in dismay of the fact that I don't have home at the moment due to certain circumstances that I'm still ironing out. And the Marco
No.
is
You have a place to stay.
but the place I was staying at is now not mine. So thank you. But I gotta get all my crates out from behind Marco's bar and figure all this out. And the only way I really know how to sort all of that out is on stage. So how do we make this the best performance that has ever gone down?
Echinacea, give me a persuasion check.
Now?
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna use an inspiration point. Because that was a natural one, and I refuse. Unless it does it twice, in which case... What is 18 plus 13? 31.
If we do about your group versus his group, revivifications, more people, more of a show, I confront another 10k gold out of my pocket to you, Dolores. So that would be 100,000.
Each?
No, absolutely not. To you. Because, kind of glares at you, Echinacea, you're my favorite. I can pay the others maybe 5k. out of my own pocket. That's all I can do.
Did you add that to
Thanks.
Dolores instead?
If you wish to selflessly donate your sum to her, absolutely.
Dolores puts out her hand.
Marco shakes it.
So wait, did we decide that we were fighting with weapons, with magic?
This is all
Versus
out,
just-
so you guys can use whatever abilities you have if you're all choosing to enter the fight. But if you are, I need to know in the next hour so I can get your names in front of the opponent.
Sign me up.
I know
Whistle
that I
and
don't.
Zio.
Yeah. No. The Whistle and Zio both agree immediately, and I think Echinacea looks at Marco, and then Zio. I think I definitely don't understand what this place is, but I will fight alongside Dolores, and yes, please give whatever earnings I would accrue to her.
Is that true for the rest of you?
Yes.
Not me. Sorry, Dolores. I know my money would just end up in Io's pocket. I'm just gonna skip a couple steps on your behalf.
No harm or offense taken. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. I'm in your debt.
Mm-mm.
We're square now. You helped earlier today. At least in my debt. On our ledger.
I just stood there and looked confused. Right. I'm gonna go talk to a lady about something. If you don't mind my
I gotta talk to a girl about a thing. And did you fuck me?
Excuse me, ma'am. I have a question.
Excuse me. Did you fuck me? Okay, so Dolores, you're making your way over to Sophia. Where are the other three going to be? Where are they headed? Go ahead.
Can Zio quickly, like, as we start dispersing, Zio quickly is gonna walk up to Echinacea. Just be like, I'm sorry.
For what?
I didn't mean to just speak over you in regards to that, but I think based on certain dots put together, things are very different from where they were 70, 80 years ago when you were here.
They are very different. And
I think that was very brave. You're, of course, very brave, always speaking on behalf of folks. The scary part was when you mentioned possibly bringing in the authorities. I think that was the part.
I mentioned that so he wouldn't kill me because he knew I had to be somewhere legal, not so that he... I wasn't talking about narking. I just didn't want to get murdered in that space.
Oh, that wouldn't have happened.
Saying, oh, I have to be somewhere else. I mean, I appreciate that. But as it stands, I am the only person who can revivify the people here. So I need to try better to stay alive because I have failed at that in the past.
Nay, are you gonna be okay doing this? I know we got the revivification on the plan, but it's, we've been in pretty heavy fights before, dangerous situations, more than this. But there's kind of a different energy here. I
don't like it, but I I am not feeling the same way I felt in those crypts. I just don't like it here. And I wish it were different. I wish we could look into the faces of the automata and know that they are making the choices they want to. I wish that places like this didn't exist, but it's not up to me. And you were right. I am out of water. I didn't even recognize that man would think that I was talking about what is narking. I imagine it means tattling.
Yeah, kind of, but like on a bigger, grander scale. It's like, imagine if someone called the Arcanum on you because they knew you were here. Or
I
they
would just
will
show
know
them my
you.
writ.
Yeah. But if you didn't have that, if you were in hiding, essentially. But I think more than anything, you mentioned it there, the automaton not being able to have that choice. Not talking about Ulkes as a whole, I have a lot of opinions about it, but here, this place, the mask, I think people do what they do here because they choose to. And like Dolores, they put themselves in dangerous situations to the death because they choose to. There isn't no choice, it feels like here. And I think some people are okay with the idea of dying here. It might not be glorious or heroic. It's kind of sad, but it happens.
And I think at that, Echinaceia's expression clouds over. I understand that not everyone chooses life. I do think this will be hard for me.
Theo will grab their hand. Well, whatever happens tonight, we got each other. And we can go back to the humble abode and have a warm cup of tea and sit under a blanket. And you and Io can go back to talking about healing and learning about each other's magic. And I can just listen to you talk.
Echinacea squeezes Zio's hand and just nods.
Okay. Dolores. You find Sophia very calmly leaned against the wall as you approach. Do you do so just openly?
And she almost kind of slumps against the wall, like kicks over a leg, kind of crosses her leg, slumps against the wall, just is tired. When did you find out about the change?
When? I asked Marco to put it in. Came to your place and I saw them put all your shit into boxes and haul it away. Sorry if I overstepped. But come on, I know this guy. You can take him.
Yeah. She just looks at her. I don't know. I was looking forward to fighting you. Just an honest fight. Something big. But this to the death. I'm changing it up, but next time don't make plans for me, please.
All right. I won't. I'm sorry. Sometimes I project my desire for more on you.
What do you mean by that?
I do these to the death fights more than you do. I know you'd excel at them. I don't know why you're holding yourself back. That's the only thing I'm thinking about. You crawl from shit fight to shit fight and hand almost all your money to that IO girl. For fucking what? What do you get? A free patch up and a cute little friend?
Get my sister's name out your damn mouth. Sorry.
She can't be horribly interesting company, sweetheart. I understand you. More than I think you understand yourself sometimes. But I take your point. And for that, how much do you need for your place?
I haven't asked yet, but after tonight, I think I'll be alright. Can I also ask for a persuasion check for Sophia to Dolores?
What, what do you mean?
So the things that Sophia was saying, I almost want to roll to see how effective they are on Dolores. If that makes sense.
Interesting. I like that. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Okay. That's an 18.
The words she's saying come from a very earnest place. Come from care for you, only wanting to see better for you. They hit you in a core that only Sophia can hit you at.
Dolores' jaw sets. There's something that she just can't handle disappointing or not meeting expectations or exceeding them.
Yep.
And she looks Sophia up and down, says, "You look lovely tonight," and then walks away. And goes to get ready for her performance.
She grabs your hand as you begin to retreat and pulls you in, kisses you very warmly on the cheek. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I'll give you some money. It's my fault you're in this position anyway. You see Sophia's eyes trail toward Marco's office as she squints at Echinacea, Whistle, and Zio departing. She sees Io and just sort of, who are they?
Sponsors of a sort.
Should I be jealous?
You should never be jealous. But green does look good on you.
Well, then I suppose I should come by and say hello. And she forces you to take her arm and walks with you. Oh, more friends, Dolores. Hello there, Io. Good to see you again, Sweet Pea. And the rest of you, I don't believe I've seen you around these parts before. I'm Sophia.
Clock that.
Give me an insight check.
Thank you for giving me the chance. 19.
Yeah.
Just the
I mean, there's a bit of venom.
yeah. Sweet pea.
Mm-hmm.
Sophia.
And you
Very
are...
nice. Very nice to meet you. My name's Zio.
Puts a hand out to shake. Give me an athletics check.
Oh no.
Oh,
That's 24.
28.
Pretty
She
neat.
squeezes your hand a bit too hard. You feel a pop on your knuckle. Pleasure to meet you.
Oh. Yeah. I'm Io's brother.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. Really nice.
And you other two. Kind of shakes your hand off of hers.
Looks at Io and immediately twin telepathy. Who is this bitch?
I just, don't pay attention to her.
I love her so much.
I was unfazed.
I love her so much. My sister's so cool. Anyways.
I feel like that's one reason why Dolores also appreciates it. 'Cause she just knows to.
She just doesn't engage with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Not me. I'm petty.
I'm petty. Yeah.
Echinacea is both feeling chastised and also in awe of this woman. So there's like this very meek, but also like
Yeah.
dreamy, like, wow, I'm Echinacea.
Oh, Echinacea. Sort of grabs your hand, leans down, kisses it. Pleasure to see you.
Likewise.
Oh, thank you very much.
They're trying not to say anything insulting. I think they're also kind of clocking the energy from
Yeah.
Zio next to them. They're like, I don't know what's happening.
Sophia-
They're like, I am indeed not where I understand anything.
I'm gay!
What's happening?
Sophia does kind of trail the end of your, or like the seam line of your jacket. Red and blue definitely are your colors, love.
Oh, gosh. Well, thank you. Green is most certainly yours.
Oh, you
They now
like
look.
it? She does a little spin.
Mystified.
And now they're fully gay.
Getting confused. Yes. They're also like, my exchange is going on. Like a little bit of the tism's coming up. They're like, okay, I don't understand the rules of where I am. She's being very nice to me. Feel like she wasn't being very nice to Zio.
Correct.
We've been talking a lot longer. And I think Echinacea just kind of like silently nods from here on out and doesn't talk.
Looks to you, Whistle.
Whistle's just gonna kind of look her up and down with the same kind of fighter's assessment that he had with Dolores, and just simply say,
Whistle.
Oh, mysterious. From your assessment, give me an investigation check.
Kai.
Kai.
Ooh, 23.
She has got a boxer's build, no question. She's a bit more top heavy than Dolores is. The thighs are a lot thicker. The biceps are a lot more defined. Her traps and neck are a bit more solid. But the muscles really naturally meld into her curves. You can see very visible callus and like places where the fingers have broken due to like punching without any sort of proper protection or equipment. Her nose has very visibly been broken and reset countless amount of times, but it suits her surprisingly. And a lot of like superficial scars of, when you get hit hard enough, body splitting and things of that nature. But she just sort of offers a handshake and just
Whistle doesn't shake her hand.
She
he just sits there with arms folded.
Puts out like this, just understood. Well, are you all watching Dolores fight tonight?
No, we're fighting with Dolores.
Looks at you, Dolores. Oh, so I should be jealous. Understood. Well,
Why didn't you want to fight with Dolores?
It's not that I didn't. You're making a lot of presumptions for a boy that I just met.
You just said that you were jealous.
Well, usually I let Dolores approach me to fight together. We usually fight each other.
Oh.
Well, is this your first time here at the Sanguine Mask participating?
Have you ever seen us around here?
You called it the Sanguine Mask.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it was called when I used to come here.
I prefer that name much more to the Crimson Mask. Crimson Mask is just a lie that Marco's trying to tell everybody.
Still not trying to say anything else wrong, Echinacea goes back to nodding silently.
Whistle and Echinacea there.
Well, best of luck tonight. I'll be rooting for all of you. Io, would you like to sit together and watch the festivities?
She's actually going to sit with me. Thanks. Bye.
How's she going to sit with you if you're fighting?
For right now.
Io just sort of taps your shoulder. Yeah, Sophia, that sounds nice.
Looks at Io just like, I don't like her.
So what? The shit that you're doing only makes her want to dig in more, which actually isn't helpful.
Well, that's fine. Maybe he shouldn't dig into me and not you. What the hell did you do?
I'm close to Dolores. That's why she hates me.
Well, then why is she being such a bitch about it?
Because she's a bitch. Let's go. God.
Okay, well then she can be a bitch to me and not to you. So I'm just redirecting her ire.
God forbid you find out that 100 other random people have been dicks, assholes, and bitches to me since you've been gone.
Who has been a bitch and asshole and a dick to you?
She
Tell
walks
me.
away.
Right
now. Give me the answers. Okay.
I'll fight all of them.
I'll kill them.
My
All right.
sister's perfect and doesn't deserve this.
Is there anything else you guys want to do before your fight comes up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whistle is going to break away for a little bit and try to see if he can track down the person we're fighting. Do a little bit of recon.
Holy fuck. Okay, you break off. Give me an investigation check.
I'm good at these. I like these.
I like these. I like investigation checks.
That is a 22.
Okay, you got a name. Tobias. You know that he's fighting. You imagine that
Dragonborn.
Dragonborn. Axe to grind.
With an axe. Dragonborn with an axe.
You imagine that he is not up here, as this is very clearly like the bar, restaurant, chill sort of area.
Yeah.
And
it's like a fighter's prep room or something.
Since these fights happen illegally, you imagine that there is some secret way to get to the pits. With a 22, you kind of make your way around the Crimson Mask until you get to this room here. On the far left side of the map, there's a singular orcish woman sitting in a chair. And you walk in, she sort of stands. Can I help you?
Perhaps. I'm new here, and I'll be fighting this evening. Just looking for my opponent. I'd like to introduce myself.
Give me a deception check.
Okay.
Because I imagine you don't just want to introduce yourself. Okay.
Whistle's probably, if Whistle finds him, he's definitely not going to introduce himself. He just wants to look. Deception is a 16, though. It's a 15 plus 1.
Okay. She tilts her head. Closes the door. Wow. Okay, that happened. You see as she goes to one of the wall sconces and pushes it upward as the table sort of shifts upward and a staircase opens up through a trapdoor under this table.
Nifty.
Very nifty. Tobias is on the first hall on the right.
Thank you.
I'm not going to inside check. But say Whistle's going to go
Whistle's
down,
like,
go down the stairs. Yeah.
Okay.
Thought lobby's not active anymore, right? How long does that last?
An hour, right?
Yeah, it's an hour.
Okay.
That lobby gone.
Just then quickly before, I didn't realize I was going to be leaving the map. So before Whistle goes, Whistle's just going to kind of like whisper to Echinacea as he's heading out.
I'm going to see if I can't learn a thing or two about our opponent.
And
Oh,
Stalk
please
off.
be safe.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
If things go poorly, I'll let you know.
Okay, please do. Echinacea, while Whistle is doing this, has gone to sit at the bar. Because they cast teleportation circle twice today, they're uncorking 2 restorative elixirs and downing them.
the wizard at the bar drinking potions.
They're like, I need those spells, actually.
Yeah. Okay. And you head down, Whistle, and you see the first room on the right, currently manned by... you actually see Marco making his way out. He just sort of looks... What are you doing down here?
Just getting acquainted with the place.
All right. Whistle, right?
Yeah,
Where'd you get that name?
you got a good head for names. Someone gave it to me, I imagine. And since then, people just keep calling me by it.
Oh, you're a sarcastic prick, huh? Okay, nice.
No,
Good
that's
to know.
actually what happened.
No, I know it is. Fuck off. I don't... stomps away.
Whistle's going to make his way up to the door.
Okay.
And, well, I don't think he's going to... You said there's a guard outside?
Nope.
No guard outside?
No guard outside.
Okay. Okay, I think Whistle's going to let the door close and go ear to the door.
Give me a
Do a listen.
perception check. And a stealth
Okay.
check, please.
Okay. I'll do stealth first.
Good idea.
That's going to be my last hero point. My last inspiration point. And that's not much better. That is a 14 on stealth, 9 plus 5. And then perception. That is also a 9 plus 2 for 11. 15 stealth.
You get close,
Or-
but unfortunately,
14, 7.
you bump the door. And before you're able to hear anything, just as it opens into you, and you see a tall, gold-scaled dragonborn look down at you. Is there something
This isn't my...
I can help you with, stranger?
Oh, this isn't my room, sorry.
Sort of grabs you by the collar. I would need a grapple check, please. So athletics or acrobatics from you. I'm going to roll athletics for Tobias.
You shouldn't have done that, buddy. You said athletics
Or acrobatics.
Okay. There we go. That's a 17 plus 9 for 26 acrobatics.
A natural 20 plus 8 for a 28.
Of course, you son of a
For a
bitch.
second, you are picked up as this individual who's about a solid, 1.5 feet taller than you. You're spying on me.
I'm just new here, friend. Getting acquainted with the place and the people.
That you are. Will I be facing you in the ring tonight, little man?
Unfortunately for you, yes.
Oh, tell me, what god do you pray to?
I don't pray to gods.
Good. No one will welcome you once I'm done with you.
I don't pray to gods. Because I'm with the group that the gods bow to.
Inspiration point for that one. That's a bar.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, we'll see if the gods are on your side tonight. Drops
We'll
you.
see. Pleasure meeting you, Tobias.
Slams the door. Locks it. Okay.
Fair enough. Go back to
What you
the
can
group.
tell about Tobias,
Yeah.
man is big. Man is eager to do violence. Man is very excited to do violence. And Gold Dragonborn, which means fire breath, which means he does have a tail and wings. And from the equipment that you were able to spot in the room with your passive investigation of 21, I want to make sure to honor that. Full plate and a great axe. So you'll imagine he is either... actually, you would have caught the symbol of Marvoon on his chest, the greater alloyed draconic deity, as well as some etched out Divanthier detailing. So you imagine he's either a cleric, a paladin, something along those lines.
Okay.
Okay?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I'll go back to the group and let him know.
Okay. This information is given to all of you.
Echinacea says, "Don't drink this until before the fight," and they're going to hand you a potion of frost giant strength just in case.
Can I
Thank
say
you.
that
You're
I've
welcome.
unattuned to my winged boots, my boots
Sure.
of flying?
Absolutely.
I'm unattuning those, and I am attuning to my ghost step tattoo, which I got tattooed on.
I
my
will say
hand.
Well, thank God for Thandero.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll say that you did this probably earlier today. Just, I don't think you guys have been here an hour, and I want to be fair mechanically. So this was probably a switch that happened before you got here,
Okay.
because it takes an hour to attune to something. Which again, that's fine. You absolutely can, but mechanically, timeline wise, it probably happened earlier in the day. If that's fine with you.
Got it. I didn't know. I didn't think that the fight was gonna happen because I know it was right now when we got to the.
No, you know what?
tavern.
That's fair. It probably
I thought it was like late afternoon, early.
That's
evening.
fair. That's fair. So yeah, absolutely. So yes, either way, you're attuned. Okay,
Bad.
and then let me then ask the table: do you guys want to do the fight tonight, or you want to wait until next week?
I feel like it might be solid to potentially wait until next week for spoons, or maybe just do like a first round tonight.
Do
But
we
I feel
wanna-
like I don't want to.
Yeah, maybe walk in tonight.
Okay, we can walk in tonight. Let's save the introductory round then. Okay, cool. Just wanted to touch base. Okay.
Does Dolores have like a John Cena theme? Yeah, that's
Okay.
Oh,
Is Sandro here, by the way?
I will say Sandra probably, along with like Kalen, they have stayed back for the moment. They're not here right now.
Okay, so they're in the
Humble abode.
They're
at home. They're kind of like kicking their feet up. They're like, oh wow, a night off. Meanwhile, the party's like,
yeah.
I will say prep in terms of prep. I remembered that I can do this. Echinacea and Aedwulf are going to twin spell Death Ward twice. So everyone in the party is death warded.
That's crazy. Okay, sick. Jesus Christ. Okay, so every single person has death ward. Love that.
Yeah.
That's sick. Aidwolf is like, he sort of, he almost takes the magic into his mouth. And he's like, I got it. Cast it on you. He runs and throws it on Whistle. Once runs and throws it on Zio, and runs and throws it on Dolores. Just
The shadow is just dancing in this candlelit space.
Mhm.
Thank you. Wait, what did we get?
Death ward.
Death ward.
Death ward. Oh, that's
That's
If you drop, no, you don't.
we get to 1 point.
If you drop Uno
Mhm.
reverse, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Anything else preparatory?
Right before we head in,
Absolutely.
or
That's up to you guys. If you have stuff for right before, we can fast forward to then. If you have stuff you want to do beforehand, like item attunement, let me know now. Okay. So this will be. Go ahead. You're fine.
No, sorry. I was just saying I'm all set item-wise.
Oh, sure. Okay. I thought you said I was.
I'm going to
looking
down
at-
the potion. How long does the potion last? It's a potion of frost giant strength?
I think
An hour.
an hour.
Hour?
So you're not
Oh.
going to take that right till you get down there. So we'll say that we are moving into you guys heading into the fight.
Hang on, time out.
Wait.
Potions are legal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
You guys can use the full range of your kit and abilities here.
Okay, so this guy, the Whistle's just going to say to the group,
Just keep in mind, this isn't like the normal fights that we do. This is an opponent who will also be prepared and knows that going up against this could very well be preparing similar.
as he holds up the flask and
Yep.
frost giant strength. Yeah, that's all he wanted to say.
Understood. Anything else for prep for anybody? We got Death Ward. We got an item swap for Zio. And then we have the potion for
frost giant
Whistle.
strength.
Mm-hmm.
Dolores just spends time in her dressing room, getting dressed, armored up, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Stretching, whatever, psyching herself up.
Okay. Dolores, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
All right. 10.
You are psyching yourself up very much. You're kind of just amping yourself up, and you're thinking about Sophia. The fact that she put you in this position without your knowledge. You're thinking about Marco making it harder for you to get ahead. You're thinking about these other folks who have come in to help you when you feel like you should fucking be self-sufficient. You should be able to do this on your own. And you are not in a rage quite yet, but you feel yourself getting amped up and you feel yourself ready to tear into somebody. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And if there's nothing else, let's move over to the map. And I'll have you guys place tokens.
Oh.
As you all step down, you see an audience of people whooping and hollering as they see the four of you enter the arena. And across from you, across a red sandy pit, you see some built-in you see some like built-in terrain, and across from you, you see Tobias fully armored, this golden dragonborn, standing tall, eager to fight. And you see a tiefling who looks to be of a roguish make, but you can see as spells are just getting finished cast on their blade. You see what looks to be a monk sort of centering themselves, sitting across from you, levitating as these arms above them begin to form into them. And then you see another big, strong individual, 2 long swords on their person. How do you all set up? Where do you your starting positions will be on this stone platform. So where do you guys place yourselves, and give us some flavor on how you kind of show off?
I'll be going last, so
Okay.
for flair.
For flavor.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's kind of like the dark archway, and I think Whistle's gonna just kind of lead the group of the Faded out, just kind of dragging. He's got the giant tower shield floating behind him, which is Nikolai, and then he's got Windwraith kind of dragging along the stone as he walks out. And he doesn't say anything or make any sort of show to the crowd. He just looks like laser focused on the opponents across the field.
Love that. Okay. We'll go down the line here. Zio.
Oh. Sorry, I was looking at stuff.
No, you're okay.
But I think so. Zio is kind of just breathing deeply, staring forward, and for a moment looks up to find where Io is on the crowd.
You see Io and Sophia sitting right toward the bottom center of the map, front row seats. They're both sitting together and looking down at the arena as they both settle in. Sophia pours Io a glass of wine, which Io takes.
Okay. And I think they're feeling a little bit of nervousness because they don't have their winged boots on. However, Zio, having attuned to their ghost step tattoo, which was one of the ones that Than worked on, they focus on that part of their body where that tattoo fits against their skin. And then as they do, their body becomes this sort of shimmery, almost translucent. There is still weight and physicality to Zio, but when they move, their body moves in this sort of like almost like there's echoes that follow after. And it's this shimmery kind of pinkish and purplish and bluish hues, and almost wind-like as well. As they activate a charge for their ghost step tattoo.
Perfect. Love that.
The ghostly form.
Hell yeah, brother. Echinacea.
I think that there's a level of confidence Whistle and Zio are entering with that Echinacea doesn't possess. And they're going to look at the folks that we are facing and look around the space, I think, probably looking as small as they feel, which is very. Is there any signifier in the stadium for who is willing to be resuscitated and who isn't?
Yes, you are able to see. I'm sorry, let me just make sure I'm clear. People who are able to resuscitate or people who are willing to be resuscitated?
I was saying willing to, but they'd also be looking for like clerics and such as well.
You see a line of clerics every third row here. So you spot one, one like right here. Let me just drop some simple tokens for you. So spot one here, watching. Then 1, 2, 3. One toward this entrance here. More on the stairs there. One is here. One is here. And one is here. And so they follow that all the way around.
And looking at Tobias, does he resemble Pelgond?
Very much so. Very much so. The fin pattern on the horns is almost identical. There's a long, almost Pelgon's snout's almost kind of canid at its true point, and you see that same sort of visage on Tobias's face, and the coloration of the scales is nigh identical. You can tell that he is a progeny of gold dragons.
Yeah, I think where it's not showy and it's not impressive. The first two walk in with confidence, and I think Echinacea looks just incredibly heartbroken as they look at this young man, the young man to them.
Yeah. Okay. And so, I will say then, those who, Dolores, please tell us how you enter.
Dolores walks center down the tunnel. Her metallic thigh-high boots clatter, like you can almost hear the crispness of them as she walks. And I don't know if Tobias has ever seen one of her fights, and they've only fought in the streets. She's in her leather duster and doesn't really care, but as everyone sees as she walks out, she is now in her element. This is a fish in water. Her hair is down. It is flaming and nearly prismatic. She has this very Wonder Woman-esque, like, adamantine bodysuit that's skirted. Like, most of her skin is visible, and you can see now her Divanthier enhancements in her ashen skin, and the metal is mostly silver, but has a little bit of a bronzish hue, and she extends her right hand that then kind of transforms with the Divanthier enhancements into a glaive, and she kind of does a little flourish around and points it, and there's also her cloak of displacement that is this deep wine color.
All right.
Let the dance begin.
And I need a performance check from you, Dolores.
Right. I also would like to say the light from the stage melts everything away, all of the worry. It feels like she is exactly where she wants to be, and she is filled with like bliss and euphoria as she glances over to Tobias with like a bright, shining, and welcoming smile. There's a preciseness to it, but it is like, let's go. This is what we've been waiting for. Like, and it's just like, it's open. Yeah.
Give me that performance check with advantage now. Shit.
That is a 28.
As soon as you sort of make your way out and let the dance begin, you hear applause roar as the announcer goes over this arcane crystal. And for our final tournament of the night, we have the Gilded Tobias Stormwind versus Dolores, the Raging Tempest. The applause roars one more time. And that is where we're going to end tonight's chapter of No Realms Tolesh.
Let's get on.
Let go.
She's so hot.
All right.
Literally.
And figuratively.
And figuratively.
Well,
all
you
of
got-
the above.
You got quiet there at the end, Alec.
Me?
I think it's because you were like, you did
Whee!
that amazing roar.
All right. So, What's out to our players, starting with Angie?
Hi, everybody. I'm Angie, Agonethetic on the internet. They, them pronouns. Excuse me, the tiniest burp. I've been playing Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. And you can find me at Agonethetic online, most places. And yeah, that's me. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. And Lou?
I'm Lou. I play Dolores. We both use she, her pronouns, and you can find me at Luzilia_art on most social media.
Thank you. David?
Hey, everybody. My name is David. My pronouns are he, him, and I have been playing
Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter.
who also uses he, him pronouns. And you can catch me here as Whistle, and you can also catch me on Tales Archived in the coming future on some other projects. And then you can also catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where I am the game master of a handful of Pathfinder 2nd edition homebrew campaigns. Gosh,
Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, Button.
Hello, my name is Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media, and when I'm not here on Tales Archived, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions in a couple of the campaigns there. And next weekend, you can find me on Rolling for Charity, the 10 a.m. EST segment of Die RPG. We are raising money for Doctors Without Borders, and if you can support, that would be amazing.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I've been your archivist for this evening. You can also find me over at Stealthy Elf Productions as Finn Reese and Hero of Hysteria, Unearthed Inheritance, and Narim, the historical spirit who wishes to make history instead of chronicle it. And you can also find me on Saturday, particularly at 5 p.m. EST, for my segment of Rolling for Charity, where I will be running a Blades in the Dark one-shot inspired by the movie Seven. So shit's about to get bad there, gamers, but in a fun way that everybody has agreed to. And yeah, we're raising money for Doctors Without Borders, and if you could come by and support, like Button said, that would be phenomenal. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next week for Chapter 90. Chapter 90. We're getting up there. Wow. Whoa. Wow.
Number big.
Big number. Until then, we'll see you guys in the next adventure, and hang on for a raid. Bye.